Boom.
Present. Word of me, yeah, yeah. The question is, how can you be in the past and in the future and still be in the present? Hey, the present is a gift. Open up the flower of life, right? Consistency is key, baby. Yeah. And it's quite all my people right here. It was a blessing to wake up today. Not just my people in the struggle. I mean, my people is trying to bubble too, right? Yeah, you gotta love and believe in yourself. I gotta say, you can't love nobody until you love yourself. Word of me. No matter about this and that, all that I want, no matter what you going through, gotta say, you always gonna be with yourself. Let's go. Fathers on crack, mothers on coke. Son is a hustler, daughter no hope. So what is left of our community? When I look around, I'm not seeing the common unity. Damn, babies starving, malnutrition, mothers dying, AIDS invention, cancer medicine way out of reach. When I'm looking for the teacher, there's no teachers left to teach. So where are the answers? When I'm looking for the dollars run faster. Inside now I reach. When I look inside myself, now I'm able to teach. One thing that I felt, I can't love nobody till I love myself. One thing that I felt, I can't love anybody if you don't love yourself. Hey, you mean the world to me. I gotta say you mean the world to me. Yeah, yeah. Hey, you mean the world to me. You mean the world to me. I gotta say you mean the world to me. I gotta say you mean the world to me. Yeah, yeah. You're all that I want, everything that I need. Gotta say you mean the world to me.
Through all of my life, I've been going through some changes. I can see it no other way. I've seen ups and downs, life's rounds and rounds. Routine seems here to stay. I'm looking in the mirror, all I see is imperfection. Glance staring, looking back at me. I rub my hair, caress your face.
Work
Give me
it
the
up.
world to me.
Pain and the pressure don't exist in my mind. I woke up this morning, got to see the sunshine. Good day, living life, waves in the ocean. Riding wave of life, vibrate, keep coasting. One thing that I felt, say I can't love nobody till I love myself. One thing that I felt, say you can't love nobody till you love yourself. Hey, you mean the world to me. I gotta say you mean the world to me. Yeah, yeah. You mean the world to me. You mean the world to me. I gotta say you mean the world to me. I gotta say you mean the world to me. Yeah, yeah. You're all that I want, everything that I need. Gotta say you mean the world to me.
You're all that I want, everything that I need. Gotta say you mean the world to me. You're all that I want, everything that I need. Gotta say you mean the world to me. You're all that I want, everything that I need. Gotta say you mean the world to me. You're all that I want, everything that I need. Gotta say you mean the world to me.
God body, word life. Today, what's going down? What's going down? We do have today talking about the last days. Daniel Jackson. What's up, God body? How you doing?
I'm doing great. You lady have a good voice.
There we
Holy
go.
crap.
I was gonna get to the. Hey, you my lady. Yeah, you had
Jeez
a face.
Louise.
You got.
I like that look you had with the camouflage shirt,
I'm
but
telling
I like the other
Right.
look before that. Though. I was looking up like this, trying to look down into the picture, going, "Good Lord,
real talk.
boom shakalaka." So, all right,
Yes.
but you guys were okay.
I say
She was
yeah.
all right.
Say it's okay. Word
Yeah,
life.
yeah, she's all right. She's good.
Suwan, the goddess. How you doing?
He's talking to
Oh,
you. He ain't talking to me.
hey, She can't speak. No, I asked how she doing. Yeah, we can't hear you. Just making sure to check. Yeah, she
Can't
telling
hear you.
microphone now. You made her blush too hard.
Did I? Yeah, the microphone.
I ain't made her blush too hard.
That's all right.
Peace to the goddess. How you doing? Oh, we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear her.
We can't. Daniel
Nope.
calling from Arizona. I mean, he's tapping in from Arizona.
Yes.
Courtney Gray, the teacher.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, God body? How you doing?
Great.
Word life.
Great.
Yeah. What's good? We can't hear you. She's having technical difficulties there.
Oh, it's your mic. Maybe you muted your mic or something. Maybe when you tried to fix that little interference, it.
There you go. We heard you right there. You did something. You good now?
I took off my phone.
There she is.
There you go.
I just took my charger off my phone. I don't know.
Hey, he was talking about the song. He gave you major compliments. Said you have a beautiful voice, and he liked the way you carried yourself with the camouflage on.
I heard that. I think he liked the other outfit more.
No, I used to be a musician a long time ago. I like a good voice. I hear some people. You're able to use your voice in a way where you go to the notes correctly, where some of them just trying to show off and go oh and do all that crazy kind. You weren't doing that. You were going into it smoothly, and it works out. So now it sounds nice. If you can do that, just keep doing it. As long as you enjoy it, as long as it makes you happy and it's making everyone else happy at the same time. And yeah, you don't need to be doing anything at no karaoke machine, that's for sure. Okay, you're way past that. So yeah.
I like karaoke. But thank you.
God body. Word life. Today? I mean, I know we're gonna tap in. We're talking about last days, life after one transition. It's a huge separation taking place as of today. It's definitely a huge separation. So we're gonna get to that. There's a huge separation taking place as of today. You have a lot of separation on every man against woman, woman against child, race against this race. Any way you could possibly separate people, they're being separated. So I think it's more important now to be conscious and be present. I want to thank every single guest that popped up today. I think today we're gonna make it a monumental night. April being the first month of the year. I think it was a lot of hectic things, but it was a lot of learning processes up into the day. So we're gonna talk about the last days, life after one transition. Daniel's tapped on some few things, and last but not least, life behind the Antarctic. But even before we get to that, Daniel, my guy, I have great questions here for you.
I am ready to answer them. Whatever you got, I have an answer.
Well, we'll sit back and let you do your work. So I had two people at the end of the video. I had rest in peace pictures because these two people passed within less than a month of each other in crazy type ways. So yeah, I'm not trying to put you just here on the spot, but
no, you don't have to put me on the spot because I'm already asking about putting me on the spot. You can always ask me questions.
I'm ready. I'm ready for you.
What I want you to do is I need you to tell me the names of those two people because I have some information for you. But as I always tell people, for certain things, don't ask questions that you don't want answers to.
I want all the answers.
Because the reason I say that is everyone does not go to heaven. Everyone doesn't. As many people that cross over and go into that light, there are that many people who don't. And not just people, dogs, cats, horses, cows, and other beings, everything. So, and I see everything, but I know where some people are and some people are not. I know if they went into heaven. No, they did not. I know because I get told. And I was told one of those people of those two people did not cross over into heaven.
Wow.
I need you to tell me the names of the two people, and I will tell you which one did not cross. But they did not cross because of their own choice. No one chooses where you go. They just don't. You choose where you go because you were given free will. That's what you use to go. And not everybody goes because of many reasons. We are taught here to not have any trust or any faith within ourselves. We are taught here that we are not good enough. And we are taught here that God will judge us. He does not judge us. We judge ourselves 1,000 times a day. Why does he need to do it once more? Because he just doesn't. He is your father. He is our creator. He does not set rules upon us. He gave us free will to make choices, and he is not going to banish you to some horrible place for something he gave you, because he gave you free will to make choices about everything in your life. Because being the being that he is, all powerful and knowing, don't you think that if he knew that we were going to make some bad choices, he would have put a limit on those choices? And he didn't, so that we could learn. He is not going to banish us to some place called hell, because hell does not exist. You either
Yeah,
walk into that light
I
or
was
you
gonna ask
remain
you
here earthbound. That's it.
So yeah, so when you say one person didn't go to heaven, so what is that like? So what is the alternative? Like
The
what are the
difference,
different? Yeah,
you
you come
walk
back
into
here
the
and do it
light,
again.
you go into heaven, and once you walk into that light, you are taken away from all your pain, anger, sorrow, grief, guilt, anguish, everything you learned how to have here. And I mean, you learned it, because no one wakes up in a baby body and hates anybody. And you know that, because if you take every child in the world and you take two of them, and you take two of every race, creed, and color, and you put them in there in a big giant room, and you take two of them that are 2 years old and stick them in that room, and then turn them around and tell them, I want you to tell me who you hate in this room. Those 2-year-olds are going to look at like you're crazy, because they haven't learned how to hate anybody. They learn how to hate because we teach them that. We teach them how to have pain and anger and sorrow and grief and guilt and anguish. We teach them to be eager, greedy. We teach them to walk around taking stupid selfies all the damn day long that don't do anything for you, because what that does give you is a complex that you're not good enough, because you want to post all these pictures all over social media so you can have people tell you how beautiful and how wonderful you are all damn day long. You know what that is? That's a self-confidence issue, and you got taught to have that. And the only way we can take it away is by teaching them different. So you walk into that light, all that pain, anger, sorrow, grief, guilt, anguish gets washed away. You go back to being a bright, white, loving soul, because light is white and like a bluish color. And you are away from negativity. You have no negativity, because there is no negativity there. Everybody loves everyone. There is no hate. There's no pain. There's no racism. There's no greed. There's none of that bullshit. We have it here. We caused it. And we can stop having it, but we got to make a choice. So that when you go there, it's all gone. You remain here in this earthbound realm where all these spirit are haunting houses and all that stuff and doing all the stupid shit. The thing about those ones is there's no rules there. Somebody plays a prank on you here, you can see them. They play a prank on you, you can't see them. You don't know why that chair moved or that ashtray moved or your cup moved or your keys go missing, because they did it. And they don't have to, you can't blame them for anything because you can't see them. But why should we blame anything on anybody? Because that's how we hate each other. We put blame on everything. We don't have to do that. So they're walking around here. They still have their pain, anger, sorrow, grief, guilt, anguish. One thing that people don't know is spirit that are there, they still feel actual pain. So if another spirit were to walk up to you and smack you in the face, you still feel it. Those ghost hunters, they don't know shit. So Do you want to be in that place where all the negative energies are? Because a lot of them don't cross over because they want to remain negative. Now, not everything there is negative. There are many things there. I see dogs and cats there and horses and cows all the time. There is no freaking rainbow bridge that every animal crosses over into heaven. That's a bunch of bullshit. They go because people want to go. And a lot of people don't go because they don't know where to go. They are lost. They see that light and they are afraid of that light because everyone told them if you go in that light, you're going to be judged by God. He doesn't do it. He doesn't need to do it. What he wants you to do is figure it out for yourself. That's what he wants us to do. There's a term that says, God bless you. Well, he did. He put you here. He wants you to figure it out yourself. You are not here to pray for his help because you live in a world that is hard and it's meant to be hard. So you can learn the lessons of this human experience here because praying is not for asking for more than you are supposed to have. Praying is for giving thanks for what you do have. And you don't need to pray for God for all these things I want you to fix. Why are you asking to fix them? Because you're asking for his help out of desperation because you screwed it up. Why should he fix everything that you screwed up? You don't have these guardian angels following you around everywhere because if they followed you around everywhere and they kept everything from happening from you, what would you learn? You would learn nothing. And he sent you here to learn. That's what he sent us here to do. And he sent us here to take care of each other. And we're not doing a very good job of that. So yeah, you would either cross into the light, and if you don't cross in, that light turns off, and you stay here with all the other miserable people. Now, again, there's a lot of them who are not completely miserable, but they're there. When you're here in this world, in this realm, and you have negative people around you, it's like going to a concert. You know, you see a band, you see a singer, and if you don't like hear what they're singing, you can get up and walk away. You can go to the bathroom. You can go out and buy a freaking t-shirt. You can do whatever you can walk out of the concert. When you're there, you can't get away from them. They're there because there is no space and time. They just are where they are. They just be. They don't sleep, eat, drink, drive cars. They don't go to the bathroom. They don't do none of that stuff. They just are. They just interact with each other, and they are everywhere. There are gazillions of them there. Now, there's no body. You're just pure energy, and you can walk right through each other. I mean, we think it's cool, but when you're there forever, it's not so cool. You're just used to it. But when you're there, and they're nagging at you all the time, there's nowhere to go because you don't go anywhere. You just are there. It's pretty simple, but people just think, oh, the devil's there. There is no such thing as a devil. There isn't. There's no one guy who's in control of everybody because God created us, but he doesn't need to be in control of us. So if he doesn't need to be in control of us, why does one other guy need to be in control of us? He's not.
I have a question about when you say they're just there. What is your perception? Like, how would you see them being there? Is that any effect? If they're there when they cross over, can they have an effect, or is it their duty to try to have any type of effect on
They can, sure.
Yeah, on what physically happens with others?
Yeah, because spirit does talk to us. We hear it from ghost shows, but we hear a voice. We go, where the heck did that come from? It's coming from them. Positive energies can whisper in our ears. They come to us in our dreams. They are around us. We hear them. Some people like myself always hear them. I don't ever not hear them. I have to kind of block that out. But when these negative ones are here, here's what happens. They come to you. They want to produce fear in your heart. They want to make you feel negative. And the reason they are doing that, they don't want your head to spin around, and they don't want your face to turn green and spit out pea soup and all that bullshit like the movies does. They don't want to kill you. They want you to remain alive so they can collect your negative energy off of you because they need that in that realm to survive. They need energy too, like we do. So they want you to feel negative, and they will try to keep you negative. They will give you negative energy so you will remain negative and put out more negative energy so they can get it from you. They could be whispering in your ear, I want you to go kill somebody today. And you get it as a thought in your mind. But you can make a choice. You can say no. But you know what happens? Some people say, oh, go kill somebody. Why not? Because they do. But you can choose not to. You can make a choice. We could all make, so if we were all buddies hanging out and we're just hanging out someplace, and then one of you says to me, you know what, Daniel, I'm having a problem. My life's a wreck. And I said, well, why's your life a wreck? Well, I've been drinking too much and stuff like that. Oh, okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to take you away from drugs and alcohol. I'm going to take you to meetings. I'm going to keep you away from all that crazy shit. I'm going to keep you away from all the bars and all that stuff. Although, who doesn't like a good strip club? I get that. But I'm going to keep you away from that stuff. But until you choose to stop drinking, no matter what I say or do, it isn't going to make a difference in your life. You have to want to do it. And if you don't want to do it, I can't help you. If you don't want to keep these negative energies away from you by saying, no, I'm not going to do that, and you let negative energy into your life, it's going to continue to screw up your life. And why? Because you let it happen. Why do you have negative people in your life? They're in your life because you allow them to be in your life. There is nothing in a rule book. I don't care what book it is, the book. You don't have to talk to anybody. If you don't want them in your life, don't have them in your life. If you allow them to come back into your life and they're acting like a piece of crap again, you can't blame them. You blame yourself for allowing it to happen because you let them in. You get rid of the negative energy, the negative people, and you start thinking positive in this world. And you will take those negative energies who are trying to get negative energy from you, and they will stay away from you, because when you're being positive, it's like two magnets. They can't come together. Negative and positive. Only positive will stay with positive. Negative will stay with the negative people. And there's enough negative people out in the world that they can collect it off of. But they ain't getting it from me because I ain't doing it.
Yeah.
Did I explain it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And it can be that way. You just got to want to do it.
So, Dad, what's your thoughts? What's your thoughts? What's your perception so far? Your first interview you've ever been on. What's your thoughts? Any questions? Any comments?
No, I just hope people are listening. They can absolutely have their own opinions. I get that. I want them to have their own opinions. I'm not trying to change your belief system. What I'm trying to do is give you options, but I'm giving you options from someone who sees dead people all day long. Everyone wants to know what's going on in there. You don't want to know what's going on in that place. You don't. That lower energy place. I have seen some negative energies doing some horrible things. Now, it's not hell, but they are just negative energies. They need the other spirit that are there because they have to get that energy from them. And when they can't get enough there, they come through into our realm and try to collect it from us. But we have a free will, and we have an ability to get away from them, and we can choose to get away from the negative energy. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to, like I said, I'm not trying to change you, but I'm trying to give you a perspective that other people can't see, and they won't know because they don't have an ability like mine. This ability that I have is not a gift. It was given to me to my soul when my soul was created a long time ago. And some of us have it and some of us don't. But some of us are meant to be teachers, and everyone else is just meant to be a student. It's just the way it is. And if you need some information, you come to the teacher. And that's what I'm going to do. I want to teach people to know that we don't have to walk around being a piece of shit all day long. And if you're doing that, it's because you chose to be a piece of shit. And I'm going to choose to be a good person. Now, I'm going to try to help you turn around, But if you don't want to turn around, I'm walking away and I'm going to go help somebody else who I can so they can be a positive person. So we can learn to be the best versions of ourselves. Why not?
God body. God body. That is 1,000 the truth. Muffin, God, man, what's good with you, King? What's good with you? What's the thoughts?
Anybody? Anybody got any questions?
Oh, hey, I really can't hear the static. I can't hear you. There's a lot of
Yeah,
static.
it's their thing. I muted it for a minute, so it stopped. Hold on, let me get it back. Let me get it back. All right, it stopped.
You don't have to stop it just because I'm talking.
Yeah,
Nah. Yeah, I just wanted the
yeah.
static to stop for a second. Word life. Yeah, Ken, what's your thoughts up into now? Oh, hold on. Somebody had a question. He said, "Who does he see right now?" Like he wants to know what do you see right now, Daniel? What
Yeah,
do you
like
see?
I don't see one single person.
Yeah.
I don't ever see just one single person. When I see spirit around me, it's like being in a room with 1,000 people, except nobody leaves and more keeps coming in. I can't describe everybody. You know, like when you go to a mall that's real busy, that's what my day is like every single day, not just during the day, but during the night as well. When I keep my bedroom completely dark, so there's no light coming in, so I can see everything, but I see thousands of spirits just walking around all the time. It's like when we're children and then your mom and dad feed you green beans and then
Bad
30 years
connection,
later,
bro.
yeah, 30 years later you get used to it. Well, same thing, you get used to it.
You say what, Ken? Did something
Am I
happen?
am I skipping? Am I coming through?
Nah, he
He's
said
like,
something
what do
about a
we
bad
see right
connection.
now? Then
I couldn't hear you. It was definitely a disturbance right there. You say something?
yeah,
Okay.
Buddy asked. Yeah, Buddy asked uh, what do we see right now? Then, like, what do he see right now instead of who do we see? What do we see right now?
What do you mean and what do we see?
So say if you was looking at Mr. Gray right now,
Sure.
um,
That's what
what
he
do you,
asked. I don't know. There's somebody.
yeah, he asking like what do you see? What do you see? I think people have questions a lot of times. I run across this where I say I think it's a separation. Um, if you have
Yeah.
certain gifts or certain abilities, it's like you lose a part of yourself when you try to not prove to somebody else, but you'll show to somebody else. But at a certain point, you just get comfortable saying, but people don't understand that you have to ask a person, like, are you ready to hear what I have
Yeah.
to say? A person has to be in agreement,
Yes.
to know what level. So
Absolutely.
there's things where you're not just gonna go out and start saying, but the guy's
So,
asking,
so,
Yeah.
so
yeah,
basically, it's like somebody got to ask the question and have
Correct.
to agree to what he's asking. Like, agree to the reading, basically.
Yes,
Agree to
absolutely.
him
Yeah.
being able to tap
yeah,
in.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
won't read anybody unless they give me permission to do that. And they need to ask me direct questions. They can't ask me like roundabout questions like, what do you see there? See where?
Right.
Where do you want me to look? I can't, I don't,
Yeah, I
I'm not
understand that.
psychic. I'm not a mind reader. They have to ask a specific question. Sorry about that, Key. But I know that made you laugh.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't
See,
say
like
I'm
you
psychic.
breaking up right now.
Yeah, they need to. So what's that say? What was that about manifestation? I
All
saw that.
right, look, there we go. He said, what is his manifestation with the spirits as we speak? What is
Oh,
his
what is
manifest? Yeah,
his
there you go.
manifestation?
Yeah, I guess he's saying yours. What is his manifestation with the spirits as we speak? Like, yeah, what out of this conversation, everything that we have taking place right now, what are you picking up from it? Like, what entities outside that what people normally would see from the the day-to-day basis that they normally would see, do you see? What energy do you pick up around the conversation? Purpose, I guess.
Let me ask them. I know that everyone is looking for something. I know they're looking for answers. I know they're looking. They're not looking for bullshit. That's for sure. And I also know they don't feel as though I'm bullshitting them. But everyone's perception of the world is different. Everyone is going to look at the way that I'm speaking about things differently, and they have to. It has to be for them to decide what is going to be best for them as well. I may talk about God, I may talk about Jesus, but maybe they think of God and Jesus in the way that has been always been brought to them by the Bible. I don't speak in that way, again, because I don't talk about power and control in the way that the Bible tells you to have. They tell you they're going to have power and control over you. I mean, in the way that
Already.
the Bible speaks, you wouldn't actually be sitting here with me if you were following the Bible, because the Bible tells you in Leviticus 19:31 that you should not be speaking to me because I am a medium and I speak to the dead. Now, Leviticus is not even a person. Leviticus is a group of people who made all these rules. And so, but Leviticus says you're not supposed to be speaking to me because I speak to spirit. But even if you're speaking to God or Jesus, who are both in spirit, then that would make you a medium too, if they're speaking back to you, or the so-called Holy Spirit as well. I mean, I wouldn't know your name is Key until you told me that
So
name.
who's to make these rules of who's to say that this is right?
Who's to say anything is right? You have to go with one feeling.
My music.
One feeling that is within you, and that is your soul. If your soul is telling you what I'm saying is correct, then go by that. But if it's telling you, a single person, that it's not correct, then that is up for you to decide. I go by what that I feel inside of me in the same way. But like when you're driving on the street in your car and you see a car in front of you and you say, I'm going to pass that car. But then you get a gut feeling that says, don't pass that car. Well, that means don't pass the car. But if you use your ego and you use your free will to decide, I'm going to talk myself out of that and I'm just going to go past that car, and then you get into a car accident, whose fault is that? Not mine. It's yours.
You shall receive.
So
That's a scary scene.
That's a what?
That's what he just stated. He just put that in the comment.
Yeah. So I mean,
but on the pool though.
No, you said you had a question.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm not. I'm good. Yeah, I'm hungry. I mean, I got a question.
Oh, I understand the question. I understand the question says not answers, just what you feel or see at this very moment with spirits in this conversation. Again, so I see regular spirit all day long, and I see thousands of them all day long.
I was talking about this.
But I don't get information from regular spirits. I get my information from archangels, the right hand of God. That's who I get from. I see regular spirit around me all the time. I mean, if you want me to close my eyes and take a look and see what's here, I'll let you know. But does it have
I got a deep question.
Anything to do anything? No, because they don't really do what we do. They don't live the same life we do, so it doesn't mean anything.
So
I have a question.
Okay, there you go. What's your question?
He has a question, but somebody else is asking him to ask the question.
You said right? No, ain't nobody asked me to ask nothing. I'm asking this directly from me, or somebody asking in the spirit world. Is that what you see or something?
No, I hear somebody in the background.
I'm asking this directly. Yeah. She was asking about some Oreo cookies. She asked where the Oreo cookies at, because we have 2 bags that came to the house. So, but other than that,
I would love some Oreo cookies right now. Just saying.
Yeah, with some milk, huh? You can't have no cookies without no milk.
Nah, it makes you too dry, man. I want to be able to dip.
Yeah, let's see. You want to dip the Oreo in the milk.
And dip, so, yeah.
Say he got a dip though.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's your question?
yeah. But so the spirits that you see, it has to be so archangels are next to God, and you
I think you're breaking up pretty bad, sir.
Yeah, I can't
Can
hear him
y'all
correctly.
hear him? Can y'all hear him? Yeah,
It's breaking up. I can't hear it.
it's
But
breaking
I
up.
think he's asking me when I see the spirits that are around me that are the right hand of God. Maybe that's what he's asking. What I see.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, because he
They don't
broke
look
up.
like people.
Yeah,
They don't look like people. They're not people. If I were to
okay. Look,
describe to you, I could describe to you what archangels look like, but they don't look like people.
why we still talk like what? Did y'all hear me just a second ago?
No, I
nah,
couldn't hear you.
you start breaking up, bro.
No, I couldn't hear
Oh,
you.
okay. Every time I start talking, I got good questions, and it started breaking up. So
Yeah,
can y'all
Yeah,
hear me now?
yeah, we
yes.
can hear
All
you.
right.
Yeah,
So you talk to the archangels, it's almost like you being able to see into the future, right?
No.
And to us, that's what we would look at. That's what we as you able to either look into the future, talk to spirits, and spirits able to tell you who around me. You can see if my uncle went to heaven or not, and stuff like that, right?
I can't see that he went into heaven. I get told if he went into heaven or not.
You get told. So how would we know that? Like if I told you his name, you'd be like, yeah, John Barber went off into heaven, or Jose. I'm just giving a dry name, Jose
Sure.
Wayne.
I
He
I
went
will
in.
give you
No, he didn't
I'll
go to
give you the
heaven.
perfect you want the perfect example for that?
Yeah.
Do you believe in God?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I believe in God.
Okay, well, you're either going to believe in God and believe in me or you're not.
I believe in God. So that means
Okay,
that I don't
well,
need to believe you.
then
That's what you
you will
said.
either yes, but I also said you will either believe in me and the information that I am telling you or you won't. And if you believe, fine. But if you don't want to believe, fine. That's all. I
Oh
can't give
hell no.
I will I will show
No,
you
I got
something.
it.
I'll show you like proof of God and proof of yourself that people always want proof of God. But I'm going to show you something else that's going to make sense to that. Key, can you do me a favor?
what's that, King? What's that?
Can you take your two hands and put them together like a cup?
Yeah, where like?
Okay, now hold that
That
like a
way.
cup. Hold it like a cup in front of you.
Yeah, right
Hold
there.
on.
Now, in that
You-
cup that you have,
you-
I'm sorry,
Who
in that
breaking up?
It's waking up on.
in
Go
that
ahead.
cup
I'm
in
listening.
front of
You're
you,
in the cup.
in the cup in front of you, can you see pain inside of that cup?
I just see blessings. I see great stuff flying,
But
genies
do you
flying on
actually
magic rugs.
do
You
you
say what?
actually do you actually physically see the feeling of pain inside that cup?
I can't. Matter of fact, once you
Right.
ask me
No,
to
you
look
see
at it, I feel
your
like,
hand.
Can you see pain or anger inside of that cup? Because what
man,
I'm going to tell you is you don't see any of it, but you
I
sure do
don't.
make a but you sure do
Yeah,
make a hell of a lot of decisions based on it all day long on something you can't see.
24/7. You
Right. So
breathe.
we want to
Yeah,
believe in God and we can't see him, but
yeah.
we have faith that what he's trying to bring to us is the truth. I'm doing the same exact thing. And
Yeah.
you either have faith in what I'm doing because I'm doing it from him or you don't. And if you don't, I'm okay with that.
Oh,
But I can only help the ones who want
oh,
me to help them. And if the ones who don't want me to help them are just going to sit here and bitch at me, well, I have nothing to say to
oh.
them because I don't have time for it. I can only help the ones who want me to help them.
Damn,
That's all.
somebody bitch that.
Oh, well, they do sometimes. I got some people who come at me and say
What?
some shit to me.
No. I want to be direct because I'm very, very understanding of the law, and I want you say you can do the same thing God do. She turn water into
No, no, no,
wine.
no, 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 no. I can't
Oh,
do what I can't do what
yeah,
God
give
does.
me
I
a
don't have.
loaf of bread and let me feed 500. Let me feed 500,000.
Yeah, sure.
She send it. I'm gonna see. I got a bunch of people in Dallas right now. Home, there's a lot of home people down. Send me some fish.
Nah,
One fish.
he just said he can't do the same thing
I
God
can't
can
do
do
what
though.
God does.
Yeah,
I
he
Oh,
said
can't.
he can't.
okay,
Yeah, I don't do
okay,
what
okay.
He didn't
God
say
does.
he could. He said he can't.
I'm not God.
Oh, okay. So you can tell me the same thing. Okay, so maybe you can talk to the angel. I'm trying to get clarification because
Yeah, yeah,
I'm very understanding what's going on right
yeah.
now in the world
All right, so
and understanding.
I think it's like a triggering thing.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
get
yeah. I
what
get it.
I get what he's saying. If you
There's
touch certain buttons, this is why I said earlier, you
right.
can't
I
be at
get
the
I get
point.
answers, but I can't do what God does. I'm not here to do what God does because there's only need for one God, and that's Him. That's
Not
I'm
to that
here.
extent. Yeah, I
I'm
think
a
it's about
messenger for Him. He sends archangels to give me messages to tell people that's what I do, and that's all that I do.
any messages here out of the three people here. Hold on, Dave. I'm gonna take you out. I don't know why it'll keep clicking when I take you out. Let me take you out real quick. See if it's clicking. Yeah, it's clicking a little bit. I don't know what that is. It's lower than it was. But do you give him consent to give you any messages that you should have? You pick up any energy, or you don't
Like
want
like
consent?
like a lot of people ask me questions about why did everybody I know die? Well, the
Yeah.
reason they die is because everybody dies. It doesn't make a
Period.
difference. You can fall off the top of a building, you can get hit by a car, you can get COVID, you can do suicide. No matter what, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. Everyone dies, everyone will die, everyone here will die. You
You
just will.
born to die.
Yes, you are born to die, but you are born to live because what you do between the moment that you wake up until the moment that you leave, that's what's important. It's how
Yeah.
you make you make your mark in this world and how you get everybody else to work together so we can live together as free men and women, share everything in the
What's the
world. And
solution to that?
the
What's the,
solution
what? Yeah. How do
is
we get to that solution to getting everybody to believe in what you just said?
solution for
Ask
that
the
is
archangel. Nah, I got a question. Like I'm for real. I'm not being funny. I'm for real.
oh no,
Ask the
I'm
archangel.
answering you. I'm answering
Ask,
you.
okay,
What do we
ask
do?
the archangels.
I don't have to ask them, they're always telling me. I don't have
Okay.
to stop and ask
Well,
them anything, they're telling me.
what was they answer to the fact of what can we do? So I'm through. Go ahead and
Sure.
answer that.
What can we do?
Yeah.
We can stop hating on each other. We can stop hating on each other in a way because you look different than I do. And you're
Okay.
older than I am and you are or I am younger than you are. We can learn to live together. We can get away from power and control. We can stop voting on presidents because they don't give a shit about us. We need to get rid of government. We need to get rid of all that bullshit because they don't take care of us. They take care of themselves. And until we put an end to it, it will continue because there is a red side and a blue side. And there is a red wing and a blue wing, but
They gangbangers.
both of those wings are on the same bird. And gangbangers need to stop fighting over something that nobody owns because nobody owns the fucking streets. Nobody.
Goddamn right.
Those streets were there before
Well,
you
damn,
fucking
he's
got
on
there.
point.
Hey,
Those
hey,
streets were there
you hear
before
that?
you got there.
Ah, no, hell no. I'm happy you said that, King. Now we finna
What's going
spice.
on right
Yeah,
now in
yeah,
over
we finna
there
we
on the
finna pop it
Gaza
now for
Strip?
real.
The
Square
Gaza
business.
Strip, they've been those
Yeah,
Jewish people have been fighting over the Gaza
yeah.
Strip for thousands of years. And you know who owns that land? Nobody. God owns that land. He owns it because he created it. And we can't take it away from him. And we can't take it away from each other because eventually, again, it's one big long strip of sand. And how
Nigga,
important
what about all this land that's over here in America that these people done took from these people and ain't nobody said nothing, did nothing. They just took that land.
that's right.
Man,
And
So
you know who
what
you
do
know
the
who else
archangel got to say about that?
you know who else took some land? We took land from the Indians. They
That's
are
what I'm
not
talking about. Shit, there ain't
yeah.
no we. Ain't
yeah,
no
yeah.
we. No, wait, hold on. Time out,
So
stop.
what's the
Ain't no
answer?
we. Ain't no we. Ain't no we. Y'all or
Right.
them. It
Yeah, I
ain't no
know
me in
it's
that.
us. How do you think I
Yeah.
got here? Shit, I
Yeah,
know how I
that
got
call
here.
your cousin, tell him to release that
But
land.
but here's the thing: you
Yeah.
can include yourself in we because you're fucking here now,
Yes,
and we
shit,
ain't.
no, I can't. Goddamn, I
We
can't
ain't.
include myself. I can include myself, and we ain't getting no reparation on this bullshit they done did to us for 400 years. Ask the archangels when they gonna give us our reparation. Ask them to
Because
tell
you
us
don't
if
get no
God gonna come
reparations.
back and help my
No
great
one gets any
grandmama, my
reparations. You know
great
why you
great
don't get
grandmama
reparations?
that
Because it didn't
prayed and
happen to
said
you.
these, they great
If
grandmama, great
if
great
you don't
grandmama that
learn to
said
let that
these,
shit go, it
pray
ain't
for
gonna
me.
change.
Lord, when y'all gonna come help us? They still busting us down the middle. Ask the
God ain't
archangels
changing
that.
that.
All right.
We have to change it.
Hold on. Can I
You're
say
You
this,
don't
right,
get
sir?
sir.
you
Go
don't
ahead.
get
I'm gonna hold my
reparations.
tongue, cause
No,
Hold on.
I
Look,
don't get
man,
reparations.
you gotta
No,
be correct
no
with me,
one
cause
gets reparations for anything that happened 200 or 300 years ago.
all right. So hold on. I ain't mean to stop y'all, Ken, but hold on. Like we got to go by some type of rule because um yeah, if we don't talk it at one place at one time, we got to be straight. I appreciate definitely everybody from coming up, but look, we spoke on some things earlier. Let me get y'all
The land of
definitely.
Africa is a country. It's nothing more than a country, just like the United States is a country, Europe is a country, Australia is a country. There is no one place.
Hey,
There is no one Garden of Eden. The
man, what you
entire world is a Garden of Eden, and we're not taking care of it. That's what we're not doing. And if you don't get off of just one subject that you think you're more important than someone else because you came from somewhere else, then you are going to be lost forever.
do y'all see? Do we all see what's taking place in the world right now? It is amazing. It is amazing to me that we can't be present. Be present. Like literally be when the teacher say is your name and you say, yeah, I'm present. Like literally be present. Because when you're present, you can build the building blocks for your next move or whatever you do. When you
I'm
bring everything from the past with you into the present, all the baggage and everything that you reach back for, you have to deal with that before you deal with it. So those things that could be testimonies or learning lessons, you'll continue. Yeah, we will be arguing to the end. This is the separation or the division, the great divide that's taking place in the world now.
Yeah,
Either
we need to
you're
come together.
evolving or you're not.
Yeah, we need
It
to
is
come together. We need to stop separating ourselves from each other and trying to
yeah.
make one side of the land pay for the other side's sorrow, grief, and guilt and all that stuff. We can't do that anymore, and that's why we are separated because we can't come together because we're trying to blame each other for everything.
Because we
And the
can't
time for
evolve.
blame is over. It's
You
over
said
because
it.
it ain't working.
No baby is born knowing any of this. They are
You
taught
teach it
this.
to them.
They're taught this.
You
So
teach it
so
to
if
them.
it's
You
something
got taught that. Not you
yeah,
didn't live it. You
seriously.
got taught that.
Seriously. So
And
if
now you
it's
keep
something
you keep that hatred, you keep that blame, you keep all that stuff in your heart because someone else taught you that because you didn't go through it. No one went through it. Your mom and dad didn't go through it. Your
can you
grandpa
unmute me?
didn't go through it.
you're not muted, bro. What did you mean?
Oh, I thought it said that I was muted.
Nah,
Listen,
nah. When
I
y'all
went,
when y'all was talk when y'all was talking over each other and it got a certain way for a second, I did
yeah,
mute it because
I
yeah,
was
yeah,
because I was
we
making
can
a
have a
point, and
conversation. Yeah.
I allowed his point to be made. But when I was making my point, when he asked the question, I was actually making a point off of what I was stating, and I couldn't make my point. So I wasn't trying to out talk nobody on it. It's just to the fact that when you say things like we had to, yeah, we could start as teaching our kids from 3 to elder how to overcome all that stuff that went on. Yeah, you had to, it's being taught as something not to forget because anytime one of our kids get to a point to where they successful, they get put in rings like what they do facing right now that's going over the internet right now.
Yep.
Everything is where P. Diddy and all them, everything that's going on right now is the reason why all this stuff, butt busting, and all that, man, all this shit came from back there. Our people went on that.
Yeah.
Our
I
people,
well, I just
our people didn't live like that until that stuff started occurring. Into now, you have real estate that control everything.
yep.
The real estate is controlling really everything, and then you have you have the industry of entertainment that's controlling all the
Yes.
the fad and the natural thing that's going on with our children, as far as the YouTube, the Facebooks, the TikToks and all that.
Yes.
It's a control mechanism. So
Yes.
it's the same thing. So when I say ask God when He gonna come back and help our people, because it's done got way worse. It done got to a
and I will
point to
answer
where
that.
All right. So when you say
I will answer
when you
that for
say
you.
God come back and help our people,
Right. God's not going to do
it's
it.
it's a whole race of people. Like, I'm not talking about just the black people. I'm talking about everybody.
Yeah,
No, I
I
get
just
it.
don't want. Yeah, I want to make sure
get
the conversation is
Yeah, I
Yeah.
absolutely get what you're saying. Yeah.
where everybody understand what we talking about. Because
Yeah,
yeah,
the answer for that is God is not going to do it. Do you know why? Because we broke the system. It is up to us to fix it. He's not going to come here and fix all of our problems.
no,
Because
and that does
if he was going to do that, don't you
and
think
that
he would have
does
done
stay
it
true.
already?
So what
Yeah.
he was speaking on earlier,
Yeah.
I got a book called Columbus, but it talks about when Columbus and the Pilgrims actually came. Sound is bad for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Columbus was a piece of crap.
Yeah. So he actually spoke on. Yeah, Dale. Hold on. I can unmute your sound. Yeah, it is doing. Oh, she might be on pause. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah, her hey,
Yeah.
Deb, you might need to go out, reset your phone. You can and come back in, but yeah, you can hear a little noise in the background. But yeah, it'll be great if you speak on what I'm about to touch on before we go into the Arctic ice wall. But one second. Yeah, Daniel. So in this book, about Columbus, he spoke on the people that he seen when he first got to the Americas. It's something that a lot of time is not talked about in the history books and things of that nature. He says that the people were like a copper color, dark copper color people. So over time, the whole story that we're taught about slavery, once you learned that the story was not exactly how it was taught to be, some people inherit this certain thing because it's just like the religion, certain thing. They're learning that everything they're taught wasn't true. So in the midst of that, whether it's religion or whatever, I think that God body, I think you're good now, Goddess. I think that people sometimes lose touch that it's all a learning process. Like I had to tell myself that, like, no two children were born racist. It wasn't until I got caught in myself in between the gang and the culture, the different things as a kid that I seen how a person. See, when I look at you, I don't consider you a white person. I look at you as the color, and I damn sure know I'm not black. There's no way possible I could be black. I might have hairs on me that are black somewhere, but once you do that, you start the divide amongst people. You say, well, these people did this and this person did this, and you get to this splitting up, this left-brained instead of right. You don't think about how things are alike. You only see the differences. So it makes us have hard conversations that we have. I think one of the biggest ones is the man versus woman thing. It is huge now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's almost sickening.
Like I would tell you, I don't have black friends. I have friends.
Hey, for real. God,
they're just my friends. There's this man over here who keeps wanting me to answer questions. And but I said the Africa and all that was a country, and he says, "Oh, but it is a continent, sir." If you're just going to sit there and try to correct me on little tiny words and not the actual meaning that I'm talking about, then I have no use for you, and I'm not going to talk to you, and I'm not going to answer your questions. But saying Africa is a continent, not a country, sir, that doesn't make a difference. It's the people who are within those places that make a difference. And it's the people that are allowing this power and control to happen. We relinquished the power a long time ago to over these kings and queens and stuff like that. And now we give it to government and big corporation. That's where the problem is. And what we need to do is learn to take that power back, take that power and that greed and all that stuff they have and take that away, because we are all equal. We came into this world equal. We'll leave equal, and we can be remaining equal But as long as we start putting borders up and around this, and you're from here and I'm from there, and we divide each other amongst our
It's
race, creed, and color, if if we keep talking about all that stuff, it won't go away. If we don't
so
start talking to each other
this
like people,
Hawaii have to happen before people realize all the nonsense that doesn't matter. Does everything have to be on fire at a point to where you're
no,
only worried about people's? Does it have to get to critical points? Does people's health have to get to where they're literally about to die before they correct their health?
right?
Is it in human nature where their survival has to be threatened before they choose to
Yeah,
make
to
the
make a
correct
change.
decision?
Yeah, to make a
Wow,
difference.
like
I get
yeah,
all that. I'm diabetic. When I go to get my medications, they're a couple of $100. Why are they a couple $100? Why is an EpiPen to if you get stung by a bee and you got to get an
Sorry, but
EpiPen that will keep you from dying, why does that cost $900? It shouldn't. So when someone talks about oppression, we are all oppressed because we all live under the system. And the system is going bad and it's gone bad. And why is it gone bad? Because we allowed it to happen and we continue to allow it to happen. And until we start over, until we take that system away, it will never change. It will never change.
so
And it doesn't make a
so
difference what color you are because Barack Obama is him and he was president. And what did he do about it? Nothing. What do any of them do about anything? Nothing except have
so basically
control
we have to
over us
overthrow the
and they
government.
charge us for everything.
hey,
And we
and you know what? They did that with Barack Obama. They used him to say,
yes,
okay, now there's a black president. Whether it be different, but the truth of the matter is,
it
you
didn't.
either have corporations or you have natural citizens.
And
Period.
those corporations own those people who are in politics. They own
Period.
them.
Point blank. It's a face. It's like being a Michael Jordan to Nike. It's no doubt about it. This is the
Right,
face of a corporation. So
right.
at the end of the day, when you're a natural person or you're a natural citizen, or you become
And
who
here
you
we
supposed to
go. Here we go again. Well, this gentleman here is telling me
be. You don't
only
have to pay attention.
only one race oppresses the others. I
Look,
don't know what race he's talking about because
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
How you
walking
in
around
denial of what he's
oppressing
talking about
anybody.
though?
yeah,
I don't
we
yeah,
don't
I'm
have
not
Wait,
to.
you said, hold on. You said that you don't know what race oppressed the other race.
yes, I just know people oppress other people. People have power
Yeah,
and control over other people. It's not a particular race because in government, everybody is all kinds of races, and they are the ones who are oppressing everyone else, not just one.
Huh.
Everybody, because
No,
there's, like I
no,
said,
hold on. Wait. Stop.
there's different
I do
parties and
apologize.
different wings. They're all people, and they all have
It,
control over us.
can,
They do.
can I say
Yeah,
something real quick?
sure.
I'm sorry, but
Deborah, why are you getting tired down there?
in order for
We need to
in
make this
order
dude.
for us, in order,
What
do
you
I
got
need to
going?
not say nothing?
You can say it.
No, speak your mind, God body. Speak your mind.
So it's a system.
Yeah, it is a
When I say
system.
a system,
It definitely is a system.
that system has been put in place for many of years. And for this to be said, the government is made of many of people now. Now,
Yeah.
the people that's made up now, they puppets.
Yes.
And they just in for the money now. But that
Yes.
system been in place. That's the reason why that system the way it is. So basically what the solution should be is we have to overthrow the government then. We all have to
Yes.
come as one then. That's basically what you're
Yes.
saying.
Absolutely. I am absolutely agreeing with you 100%. Now, I'm not saying go out and destroy everything and
Nah.
and yeah, because if we do that, we'll destroy
No,
everything.
I ain't no
Yeah.
little wink. I hope that we ain't gonna act like them barbarians that took over the Capitol.
Yeah. I don't want to say that because we have to do it peacefully. We have to do it together. We have to come together as the people of the world and get it all figured out. Because if we don't, we're just going to continue to go down this road. And again, everyone's going to be, I mean, we're all going to be oppressed. We're all going to be told what to do for the rest of our lives, no matter what. Until we can't we can't be like we're sitting at home and we're watching a football game and you're sitting on your couch and you're screaming and yelling at the TV, go, that's my TV, that's my team, and they should be doing this and they're not doing that. You can't sit on the sidelines and do this and wait for somebody else to do it, because what's going to happen is it won't get done. It'll continue on forever unless we do something about it. We need to make real change.
Now, the way the real change comes, that's when the Caucasian people have to understand. They would have to understand that they have oppressed our people, and then we sitting here watching the other race come into this country and receive multiple type of benefits that we not able to even get.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
So it's gonna take it. I hear what you're saying. You to me, you about the only one not the only, but it's maybe a few white people out there that speak that way, to where they say we have to get this done.
Yeah,
man, you gotta be careful out here. You gonna have to get you some bow tie guys to rock with you sometime.
I
dangerous.
protect myself wherever I go.
Already.
No, you can communicate too deep. But I say, what if it's possible that if you get to the top of the technology, what if these people are not even humans like we think? What if the whole time we looking at this race thing like we all were inventions? We all are like say dogs. All dogs used to be wolves, but certain genetics was taken and modifications. There's no doubt about it. We're domesticated human beings. We are not the same people that existed 50 or 60,000 years ago. There's no doubt about it. We are not the same. Our genetics have been changed.
We were bred, so
we were all bred.
There's someone here who keeps asking me questions about brute force and unfairness, and they want archangels to tell him what they think about that.
Who is the old boy right there?
Raz Teo.
Do I need to send you the link? Is this a? I don't know. I don't want to.
No, you don't need to send him the link. You know why? Because he's going to blame me for everything.
I'm
not going to talk to a person who's going to blame me for everything.
Look, Dad, you don't have to pay attention to those comments.
But I am trying to answer, and he wants to know what archangels think of that, and what they think of that is they want it to stop, but people make choices to do what they do. And trying to get people to change their choices is not easy. But this has been going on for thousands of years. We don't have. I can tell you to stop. I can tell any one of you to stop smoking, but if you don't want to stop smoking, I can't make you do it, right?
Can you speak for all white people? I just have to ask that question because it's obvious something somebody wants you to do.
I'm just trying to speak for people. I speak for people.
My gosh! Oh my gosh! Yeah. I say this all the time though. I tell people all the time I'm not black because in the Bible, now I'm a truthful person. In the Bible, they describe Jesus as hair of wool, skin of brass put in a furnace. This is the description they get. But then you call people black people. They don't know that they're from the same tribe or they're from people that are prophets. Or they literally think that they do drill music. There's cultures and all this stuff that I disagree with a lot of it, the majority of it. That's why I feel comfortable going to speak out to you. I look at the person's spirit. I don't look at their flesh. There's good and bad in all race, creeds, colors. All this shit exists. It exists, and you either take it for what it is, or you sit around and have meaningless conversations. I'm not interested in the meaningless conversations. I'm not interested in it.
If people want to blame me for someone else, if people want to blame me for something else that someone else did,
I can't bring you up here. I can't bring you up here and blame you for the same oppression that you're going through today. I'm going through the same oppression. Like, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, if bombs drop or a flood or fire happen and you live next door to me, you might need my help. I might need your help.
Right.
It makes zero sense to be present if this is the energy that you're bringing to be present. So I'm a truthful.
I'll give you an example for that. I ride motorcycles. I ride down the road. I see another motorcycle on the side of the street with a man standing there and he's got a helmet on. I can't see what he looks like, but I pull over and I ask him, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" If he takes that helmet off, no matter what race, creed, color he is, I'm still going to ask him the same question. Do you need help? Are you okay? There
Yeah.
are people out in the world that are like that. But if you want to put blame on some person for something else that someone else did, you are blaming a faceless man. And what is that going to get you? Nothing. If we don't stop playing the blame game amongst each other, if we don't let that go and we don't learn to move forward, we will go nowhere. And that is the truth. It doesn't make a difference what country or what continent you are from. If we don't start working together to get this problem figured out, it's not going to happen. But if you're going to sit on the sidelines and just stand there and throw me fucking questions because you think you need to blame me for everybody else's fucking shit, then you can go sit on your fucking ass and do nothing and just be blamed about everything. But I'm not going to sit here and take your bullshit from you just because you want to blame me for everyone else that has done something 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 years ago. I don't have time for it. Now, I have
No,
answers. I have answers for things, but if people want to sit there and blame me for shit, then I'm just going to turn my mic off and walk away because I don't have time for that. I want to talk to people who want to try to listen and hopefully go, you know what? I can go out in the world and I can make some change. And maybe if I make some change, kind of like that shampoo commercial back in the 70s, if somebody else tells me and I tell somebody else and so on and so on and so on, we can get the ball rolling. But if we're just going to sit here and argue amongst each other and argue amongst ourselves, you know?
Yeah, we're not getting nothing accomplished.
Yeah, what do we got, you know?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we're not
Like if
getting
you don't have any happiness, you don't have any laughter in your life, what do you got? You got nothing.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Hey, and the craziest part about it is we don't have a woman. She's gone right now, but
I know, bummer, man.
energy,
She's good looking.
these questions that you would get if people see a woman in person for some reason, the woman doesn't get any of these questions. Her beauty speaks past it. Yeah, men don't mind interaction with women a certain
I
type
love
way.
women.
I don't know what's going on. We
I love
gotta
people.
learn. Yeah, for real. We are
We're
people,
all,
man.
we're all beautiful.
We gotta learn to be
We
present.
all have this beautiful soul inside of us, but we have this body on the outside that we got to stop hating on each other because if we don't, what are we doing? We got to let it go.
Hey, listen, this Courtney, I'm gonna speak to you now. I accept you to give me a reading, so I want you to talk to archangels. I accept what you give, what answer you give me back.
Ask a question. I
What do you
have to.
see?
Yeah, I don't just. I see.
What kind of questions do I need to ask you?
Like specific questions. I'll give you, for instance, so you'll understand. So this was a different one. I wrote this in my book. I wrote a book. I had a guy come to me and sit down, and he was a Buddhist, and he said to me, "I can't call them archangels, but I will call them your people." And I said, "Okay, but they're not people, but all right." And he said, "I need to ask a question about this job I want to get." And I said, "What job do you want to be?" He said, I think I want to be an auto mechanic and I want to go to school for it. He said, "But I'm also thinking about being a social worker." And I said, "Okay, so that's what you want." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I really want to be the auto mechanic, but social worker's okay too." And then I said to him like this, but this is what screwed him up because he wasn't paying attention. I said, his name was Jeff. I said, "Jeff, I know you're good at being a social worker, and that's fine, but I know it doesn't fulfill your heart. I know you're good at the job, but when you help somebody, it doesn't give you that sensation of that you're doing something really good for them." I said, "So what you need to do is be an auto mechanic because when you're fixing someone's car they're broke down and they got to get somewhere and you're the only guy who can do it. And when you fix it for them, they are so filled with gratitude that it makes you feel good. So I want you to be the auto mechanic. And he said, well, I went to a school and signed up for a class, but they told me that I signed up too late and they don't think I'm going to get in. And I said to him, Jeff, what I want you to do after the reading is when you leave here, I want you to call them on your telephone and I want you to tell them, hey, I still want to get in this class. And he said, okay, well, I just want to let you know that I'm already a social worker. And I said, Jeff, you missed the point where I already told you that you're good at being a social worker. And he said to me, oh, yeah. I said, you know why, Jeff? He said, why? I said, because you were trying to trick me. And I don't like it when people trick me. So get your head out of your freaking ass and listen to me. When you get out of here, call them up on the phone. But when you get done with that phone call, I want you to call me and tell me what happened. He said, okay. Reading was over. Now, what he didn't tell me was, and I didn't need to know, is he turned his phone off while we were doing the reading. So when he got done, he turned his phone back on, and there was a message on his phone from the school. And they said, we need you to call us right away. So he calls them and he says, hey, I got your message that you needed me to call. What happened? And they said, somebody bowed out of the class. We have an open spot. We called you first, and we were waiting for you to call us back because if you didn't call us back, we were going to give it to another guy. Do you want to get in the class? And he said, yes. And he got in the class. He called me back and he said, Daniel, guess what? They left me a message that I had to call them back as we were doing the reading. I got into the class and I said, yeah, I know, Jeff. Why do you think I told you to call them? And he said, because you knew that that was going to happen. And I said, yeah. I said, you know why I know that, Jeff? He said, why? I said, because I can't make this shit up. That's why. And they're not my people. They're just archangels, and they're just the name of them is a respectable name, but they're just here to help us. But you got to learn to listen. And when you learn to listen and trust and follow through with what they tell you to do, things will happen. He was
Okay.
like, thank you. And that was it.
All right. Well, I breed dogs, and I got a little dog that just touched down, but I don't know which one the daddy did. I want to say it might be the
No, you
bulldog.
will not breed dogs.
Huh?
You're not going to breed dogs. You know why you're not going to breed dogs? Because you're not going to get you're not going to get the exact paperwork that you need right now, because you're going to have a hard time getting the paperwork, and people want paperwork to show them that this is the right type of dog and it is coming from the right type of dog family. And you're going to have a hard time getting that paperwork. And that's why you're not going to be able to breed dogs. It's not that you don't have an ability to breed the dogs, but you're going to have a hard time getting the paperwork that enables you to sell it to somebody for a whole bunch of money. That's why it's going to be a problem. That's right now, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. You will be able to do it in 6 months from now. So right now, you're going to find out. You're going to go out. You're going to try to make this happen because that's what you're going to try to do, because this is what you want to do. And you're going to find it difficult to get the correct paperwork so you can breed the dogs correctly and get the money that you deserve for raising those dogs and getting the puppies and all that stuff, because it's going to cost you a bunch of money for food. It's going to cost you a bunch of money to get the shots. It's going to cost you a bunch of money for everything. And you're going to have to configure that into the price once you sell the dog, because people don't realize it's $1,000 dog. It's because I made this happen. I had to get the dogs together so they could have some dog sex, because who doesn't love doggy style, and make this shit happen. But I'm telling you, for right now, you're going to have an issue with it, and it's all going to come down to the paperwork.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
I bred dogs 2 years ago without the paperwork, and didn't try to get the paperwork because I knew I wasn't going to be able to get the paperwork. And I sold each one of them dogs for $3,500 a piece.
Some people don't want it, but I'm telling you, the people who do want it, you're going to have a problem with it.
Yeah, when they do want it, I explain everything from A to Z.
If they don't see it on a piece of paper, they don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah,
You can,
right.
I can explain shit all day long, but if they don't see
Yeah.
it on a piece of paper
No,
that says
I
a
was gonna ask
certificate,
how
yeah.
would you know anything about that?
How would I
Yeah,
know anything about it?
no, I'm saying in
Right.
general, that's what he would have to ask himself in that matter is he ended up saying the same thing. So how would you know anything about that? But
Right. How would I know that he was going to say anything about it?
yeah,
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know until I was told.
yeah,
And I'm going to ask you because I know what you're asking me.
yeah,
How could I just pull that answer out of thin air?
yeah.
Because I
But
can't.
people want you to do magic tricks. I mean, I
Right.
go through stuff around the world all the day that people tell me, "Hey, you look odd. You carry yourself odd, weird." I've learned to embrace being weird and different. I learned to embrace that and be okay with it. Like
Yeah.
it's not
You
a
know why they
bad
think you're
thing.
weird? They think you're weird because whatever they are, what people don't understand, they are afraid of, and they call you weird because they don't get it. But just because
Yeah,
they don't get who you are doesn't mean you are weird or freaky or anything. You're just being you, brother, and that's it.
yeah.
And if they don't get it, then they are not your people.
It's true. It's true, but I see every person goes through it.
They do.
Every person you can see something in somebody, you can answer questions, you can tell somebody something, and they won't know where you got it from. And
Yeah.
I've just learned to tell people we're all connected.
Yeah,
This is the
we
biggest thing that I can possibly do is say, you know what, whatever's making your heart beat is making my heart beat at the same time. Like
correct.
it's
Yes,
really
and
connected.
your brain makes all the little parts work, but it is your soul that is the power within your body that keeps your body going. Everything that is about you is your soul. But what happens is here is this is going to make sense to you. I know it's going to be funny, it's going to be goofy, but it's going to make sense. Everybody wakes up in a baby body here, and you go, "What?" And your mom and dad goes, "I'm your mom and dad," and you're going, "I don't know who the hell you are, but okay." And then they raise you and they teach you the ways of the world. And the ways of the world are shit. It's not the truth. We don't know the truth about life and death. I do, but when I try to teach it to people, it's hard. It's hard for them to understand that there are two rules in this world. And until you get those rules, until you comprehend these rules, until you follow them, you're going to walk around going, "What the heck is going on?" And people do that already. And rule number 1 is people die every day. And rule number 2 is you can't change rule number 1. They're going to die, but everybody wants to put a blame on why they died. You know why they died? Because it's their time to go. Because God called their soul to go home to heaven. And when God calls your soul to go home to heaven, if your mother or father are calling you to come home because you're down the street playing stickball and they say, "Come home," you get your ass home. It's when they start calling out your middle name and your last name, you know you're in trouble. But when God calls you to go home, you go home. But he put us here to learn. He put us here to learn lessons and fulfill that purpose of helping each other. But we have free will and we make decisions in a way that I say, I want you to do something because I don't want to do it. So I'm going to make you do it. Now, when this guy was talking about unfairness and brute force, again, that is a decision that someone else made for themselves. You know, the president of our country wants to send us to war. I didn't tell him I want to go to war. No one else told him we want to go to war. They do this thing for one reason. They are not going to war with anybody because they are trying to liberate other people. They go there for war to get resources because they're making money. And we have been doing that for hundreds and thousands of years. And that
Yeah,
is the people who are in control and the people who are the rulers. But in the Bible, it tells you to obey your ruler. So you people, you Bible people who keep telling me a bunch of shit, you better read the Bible because it says obey your rulers. And if your rulers want to cause a bunch of brute force and unfairness, you don't sit here and blame me. You don't ask for archangels to fix that. You got to get people to fix that. And you got to get them
Mhm.
on track. And until we start doing that, it's not going to change. And archangels are not magical beings coming here to fix your fucking problems. You
So
created your problems.
what can the
You
people
fix
do?
your
What
you
can the
live
people do? What can the people do besides just be people?
to be
We
good
don't.
people,
Yeah,
be
be
better
good
people.
people.
To
Yeah, we.
treat, here's what I say about judgment, because you know how
Uh-huh.
judgment is. When I walk out of a store and I see someone coming towards me, now a lot of people, you see somebody coming towards you through a store, you're saying in an aisleway, and people do
Yeah,
start doing this shit. Okay, they go, "Oh shit, let me get around this person because I don't want to have no interaction with them. I don't want to say nothing to them." And
yeah.
then when they see them coming towards me in a store, and you see them and you go, "Oh, look at that piece of shit. Oh, I don't like the color of his shirt. I don't like his shoes. Look, that guy, he looks stupid, you know?" And then, but you know what I do? I look at a person and then I think to myself, because I take a self inventory of myself and I go, you know what? I've been through a lot of shit in my life. I have had some difficulty in my life. And then I look back at that person and go, you know what? Maybe they're just having a difficult time, or maybe this is what they feel comfortable in. And I feel at that point, I don't have the right to judge anybody because everybody is going through something all the time. Everyone is. And do I
Yeah.
have a right to tell them how to live their life? Do I have a right to tell the guy that who is walking with a cane, he's not actually in pain? Well, maybe you would feel that pain if you were going through it too, and then you would shut your fucking mouth. So what you need to do is when you're about to judge somebody, you bite your tongue and you walk away because no one has the right to do it. You let it go. Because why? It's not important. You might be able to make a I was talking to a guy today. I was sitting on a bench. I was getting my medications, but I missed it by 2 minutes, and I had to wait till they got back from lunch, and you know what? Everybody wants to go to lunch. I'm okay with it. I don't have to get angry over that, and I'm sitting there, and this guy's sitting next to me, and he starts talking to me about what it was like back east, and I said, "Where back east?" Okay, and now this isn't a coincidence. It just happens, and I said, "Where back east?" And he said, "I moved down here from Delaware," and I said, "Delaware? I'm from Delaware. I originally came from Jersey, but I went to Delaware and lived there for 35 years." "Where in Delaware?" He said, "A town called Greenwood." I said, "I'm from Milford. I'm 10 miles away from you. I know what you're talking about." Then we started talking about the state and the different how the state is different over there than it is over here and stuff like that. And he said, "You know what I miss the most?" I said, "I know what you miss the most because I miss it too." And he said, "The seafood." I said, "Yeah, me too." Because, you know, Red Lobster ain't exactly seafood. We had seafood out there, bluegills and blue crabs and all this other wonderful stuff, and I miss it too. And then, but we had a common ground starting already. And why did we do it? Because we're people, because we can. We can just choose to not talk about all this negative stuff. And I didn't have to blame him for anything. He didn't have to blame me for anything. And we could come together as people and do that. But once we bring up all that blame again, I mean, I'm telling you, I lived through 9/11. I was there. I mean, I know we're old enough, we lived through it. After it happened, everybody was nice to each other for about 2 weeks. Then they
Then the
turned it
madness
around
started.
and they said, "You
Man,
know what? Anybody who's Indian is now involved." And all the
yeah,
Indian people
chaos
were like
started.
they were like, "Oh,
Boom.
oh shit, I'm Indian.
Yeah,
Fuck, man, what am I
for
gonna
real,
do?"
for real,
And then
for real, for
we
real.
put blame back into
Yeah.
it. And then it just went to shit again. I mean, when we were going through COVID, because that was a bunch of bullshit, when we were going through that, everybody was nice to each other. Be nice to the people who are at the register. Be nice to nurses. Be nice to ambulance people. And everyone was being nice again. But then they changed it around again and brought those masks out. And then I hate you because you're not wearing a mask, and you hate me because I am. I hate you because you got a vaccine and you didn't. And it's the narrative of the corporations and government that want everyone to
And
hate each other.
you bringing up a great point. a great point because it's all too often right now is the why I can't look at anyone's skin complexion and blame them because now
Right.
I see like community of people that I live amongst, and you hear the music. I'm a musician myself, and that's why that's why the video that I played is to change the vibration. Is to
Yes.
show that
We are
everybody
vibration.
yes, you most definitely show that you're not always what the complexion shows.
Right.
That you can be a different energy to what you see.
Yeah,
So with
I was listening to the bass because I'm all about the bass and no treble. You know what I'm saying?
real talk.
Yeah.
Hey, boom, boom, boom. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, and this is real because the more the struggle, the more the people look like you struggle, the more you'll see people bicker and argue. The more you'll see this going on, but it's really the struggle. It's really that Dollar Tree is closing, the 99-cent store is closing, Walmart has shut down over 600 stores. UPS is starting to close down. You're looking
McDonald's.
at McDonald's. You're literally looking at the world that you've looked at being pulled from up under you, and you're going to have somebody to blame. So what better to blame than somebody around you?
The people who are out in California, the politicians and stuff are taking the minimum wage and put it up to $20.
Yeah.
And all the stores are shutting down. I gotta tell you, people just don't look at it. If you don't think that they don't already know that this is going to turn this place upside down,
No shit,
you better
sure.
close your mind off and not listen to
Man.
nothing because they're doing it on purpose to put at odds with each other. They're doing everything they do is on purpose so that we will continue to hate each other.
1000%. Have you seen in Asia the new way of making steaks?
No, what are they doing?
Oh man, they have the number 2 where all the waste goes someplace and they turn the waste into steaks.
Have you ever heard of Scrapple?
No, I haven't heard of Scrapple.
Okay. Back
Yeah.
east, we have something called Scrapple. Okay. I can't get it here in Arizona. I brought some with me, but it's gone now. Scrapple is like a hot dog. Okay. It comes in a package, but it doesn't have that skin around. It comes in a package and it's called Scrapple. It's meat, sort of, and it's gray and it looks peppery, like little spots of black. It's gray. And back east, they eat it as a delicacy. You fry it up, you slice it up, you fry it up on both sides. You put a little ketchup on it and you eat it. What's inside of Scrapple is, we say back east, what's in Scrapple? Oh, everything but the oink, meaning everything that is scraps from the pig that they don't use for pork chops and all that, everything that's left over, the tail, the ears, the jaw, the nose, the ass, everything, they grind it all up and then they make this lump of meat and people go crazy for it out there. They love Scrapple. It's a big thing out here. But yeah, but it's when the times are back
And you
in
wonder where
12
cancer comes from.
yeah, back in 12 and 1300s. I mean, regular people, the common people, because that's what we are, common people, they didn't have the good cuts of meat. They ate with everything that was left over. There's something over in Ireland or Scotland called haggis, where it's everything that's left over is ground up and they take a pig's belly and they stuff it down in there and then they cook it and then they eat that. I mean, sounds disgusting and Scrapple sounds disgusting, but people eat it. But you can choose not to eat it. But do you want to keep eating? I mean, they are the big corporations. There was a time when 2020 was happening, and they had all those baby food factories that were shutting down because they said it was all poison and all that stuff. Who did that? Your government did that. But there was one guy who's not government who was making policy in government, but he's not government. You've heard of him. He made these computers. His name, the program. He's Bill Gates. He came out as soon as everything shut down. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he had baby food that you could get, but it was artificial, and he has the corner market on it. How did that happen? Because they all worked together. They're all in cahoots with each other, and they made all the other stuff poisonous because even though it wasn't, and they did that so that he could do that. What are they doing now? They're shutting all the beef and cattle places down so they can come out with this fake meat. They have their hands in it, meaning they all have their money in it, and that's why things are happening the way they are. And that's what gives them the power and control to do everything, because anytime there have been people who have created engines for cars. There was a guy who created an engine
Water.
that ran on water. You could
Yeah.
get 300 miles to a gallon, and
Yeah.
the car companies shut that down, and they
Yeah.
killed him because they
He's
didn't
the
want it to
he's the
come out.
third he's the third person to die with a engine ran from water
Yeah,
from
and
hydrogen.
he tried to get a
Yeah.
patent, and they
Yeah.
didn't patent it.
Yeah.
What they did is they made they made it classified, took it away from him, and then they didn't want him to do anything else, so they made it look like he had a suicide, a
Are you
murder.
speaking of the latest person from Buffalo, New York, or are you
Yeah, they
talking
killed him.
about?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah,
And there was
no,
also a guy in like 89 or so. He was killed the same way. He had a
yeah,
dune buggy that drove from New York City to San Francisco on one
yeah.
tank.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely,
my
one tank.
God.
They make
Yeah,
carburetors that would run on the mist
yeah,
of water or the mist of gas.
yeah.
Tesla created a machine that would put out free energy. If we had free energy now, no one would be paying bills for energy. We would
Yeah.
all this would be a different world, but they didn't want that to happen. Big corporations said, "We can't have that happen." You know who else did? You know who else did something like that? Uh, the kings and queens did something like that to Jesus, because Jesus was trying to
Sure.
tell people that we could live as free men and women, and we could share everything in the world, and we could take care of each other. But people who saw that they said, if we let him stay on the streets, he's going to take our power, our control, and all of our taxes away. They put him on the cross. He wasn't the first one to be on there or the last one, and they murdered and tortured him in front of everybody to make an example out of him. He didn't die for your sins, because we are all created from God, from a part of him, which makes all of our souls a divine soul. Jesus Christ is my brother as well as he is your brother. You and I are brothers. We are related to each other because we came from the same place. But they murdered and tortured him so to take him off the streets, so no one would follow him and his good ideas and stay under the thumb of power and control. So,
I don't want to
so,
I don't want to
so
stop you, but I think
yeah,
there's a huge story in what you're saying. Because we
good one.
also go through sacrifices daily.
Right.
So a lot of times when you sacrifice, I want to eat this, but my body is telling me to change my diet.
Yeah.
Yeah, this woman's beautiful, but my body's telling me yes, but my mind is saying,
You're
nah,
killing me.
that's not what I'm supposed to be on. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? No.
I just had my
Uh,
gallbladder out like a month and a half ago, and,
yeah,
my surgery was supposed to be an hour and a half. It went for 5 hours because the doctor was afraid my gallbladder was going to explode. I was bedridden for 2 weeks. I lost 20 pounds. I could
mm,
I was m I wouldn't have been able to do this show because I was walking around with a cane for 2 weeks because I didn't have enough
yeah,
energy to do it. But I
yeah,
my it just shut down on me. He said, "There's nothing you could have done about that. It was gonna happen because 'cause you're diabetic." He said, "It should have been out 6 years ago, but you had to
yeah.
get it out now, and that's why it messed you up." So, nothing I could do about
Nah,
that by being diabetic, but there's a cure for diabetes, but they don't wanna cure anybody. I had a doctor on my program one time. He said, "We don't fix people. We go around things because we want you to keep coming back so you can give us money." And we do it. We do it every day. How do we
yeah,
fix that? We stop doing it.
yeah,
But we gotta
yeah.
stop eating bullshit too. You can't eat cheeseburgers every day. What did
Nah,
Maxwell
hell
say?
nah, nah, hell nah. Nah, dude, he came with a good thing. Maxwell Chikaboomsi from Zimbabwe made machines using air frequency. He is poisoned now, but not dead yet. Look him up. And
Yeah,
I've definitely seen this dude prior to him being poisoned, and he actually hired people. He was already saying there was several threats on his life. It's also a guy named Moses West right now. He has a machine that makes water from air, water out of thin air, and it's alkaline water.
yeah,
We have to start protecting people, like even yourself, even myself. People that you see have gifts, understand that they were born. This is things we were born with. So this is why it's important for us to start having
Yeah.
community and villages again.
Yeah.
Because we
Oh,
have
absolutely.
to be open to protecting each other. Like it's like as long as we think my house, this is my rule, this is a certain way, me in society, we are forgetting a part that we're all a part of the same thing. But
Yeah.
that's the thing is you can't make a person if you tell a person smokes and you say that smoking is going to lead to this or that, you tell a person about the diet, they have diabetes, they have high cholesterol, they have a blood disorder, and you're telling them it's still up to that person.
To
So
do
we have
something.
to make it. We have to make it where we can live in the same environment,
Yes.
and get along and actually be respectful and actually help each other evolve. Like, don't be the person where someone can't tell you the truth because the truth triggers you. Like
There,
because you can
there was
blame
a
other.
time. There was a time when there were certain people who had something called leprosy. Okay, and leprosy was a skin disease that would make your skin actually rot. It would rot as you would go gangrene and stuff like that. Instead of trying to cure that people, what they did is they decided they were going to put all of them on an island. So, I mean, if you want to talk oppression, they were going to take those people and take them away from everybody else and let them sit on an island by themselves and try to survive. And they were all going to die, but everybody dies anyway. But they were just willing to take everybody and throw them away
Your
like
stomach
trash.
start hurting every time something don't go
Can't
your
do
way.
it.
You say what? Yo, we didn't hear you. What you say?
My
Oh,
bad,
okay.
my phone breaking up. I'm back. Y'all can hear me now?
Oh, yeah. I thought you had said something. You thought
Yeah.
you said something.
What kind of car is that? It looks, it's got a lot of room in it.
Oh yeah, man. He big baller, man. That's he known as Muffin out here, man. He's a big person. He got a damn TV show. He does a lot. He a teacher. He do a lot for the community. He really look.
Good.
So don't mistake his passion. He's worked in the system different type of ways. So
No, I like his car because it's got a lot of room in it. 'Cause my wife says she's got a car with a lot of room in it. I have a Jeep that's got a lot of room in it, but when I'm in her car, I'm like feeling like I'm all cramped. But I like a car with a lot of room in it. That's
Oh,
for real.
I don't want to get in a car and hit my head, So
He
man.
body, man. It's big body. You definitely look like you living good out there in Arizona, Daniel, man. I see you got the nice tree. Oh my gosh, man, you got it popping.
No,
So
this room is kind of like speckled like texture. And the rest of the room is like a white beige color. We just painted it this color so because this is our studio for doing videos. Because when I'm on this network, the network has I have to have a certain look about the podcast and all that stuff. But I'm walking around in a house with 9 cats. So what's that tell you? Tells you I like to be surrounded by pussy. I guess I don't know, but I got 9 cats. I got 9 cats following me out to the kitchen every day because they think I'm the Pied Piper going to get them something to eat all day long. So we just live in a regular house. It's just me and my wife and our 9 cats, and I don't go out. I'm not out hanging at bars or hanging at all this nightlife stuff. I gave all that stuff up because it ain't important. When I listen to my music, I listen to it when I'm riding my motorcycle in my helmet. I was riding my bike one day and I came up on another bike I had and it had music coming out of it. And my buddy said, "Man, don't be playing that disco shit." And it was R&B. And I was like, "But I like this stuff, man. It ain't disco. Come on, man. I was just listening to freaking Prince sing Sexy Motherfucker. I mean, I thought that's a badass song." And he's like, "Oh, that's disco." I'm like, "You know what? You like what you like. I like what I like. Who cares, man?" But yeah, people just want to get on each other for stupid shit, But do cats? Somebody just asked, do cats have 9 lives? No, nobody has 9. You might have 26 lives, but that's because You don't get saved by life. Everyone dies. You die, and you might have to come back. So the average person comes back between 26 and 29 times. They just do.
Wow.
I
Wow.
mean, if you wanted to know how many times you've been here, Key, just ask, and I'll find out in about 2 seconds.
All right. How
I
many
already know.
times have I been here?
I already
Here
know.
we
You've
go.
been here 28 times. You're on a 28th lifetime. You've had 27 other lifetimes, meaning you've had 27 other sets of moms and dads, brothers and sisters, dogs and cats, and you've had 27 other astrological signs that mean nothing because your body was born, but your soul was created. So when you've had 27 other lifetimes and you've been in 27 different bodies, that means you have not always been a man, because we come back as men and women to learn different lessons, and not always the same race, creed, or color. You're from all over the entire world. And when you know that, and when you learn to figure that out, people figure that out. They will stop putting blame on everybody, because we have all been through everything. But when people come to me, Kay, and they say to me, am I related to a king or queen? I say to them, why do you want to be related to somebody who stood on the backs of other people and treated them like shit? Because if that's going to make you feel good, I don't want to be around you. I want to be around good people.
Nah, God body, man.
Hold on,
I said,
wait.
yeah.
What was the last thing that he said? I couldn't hear what you said. The last thing.
I said,
the last statement.
I talk about how people, when they want to learn about their past lives and all that stuff, they want to know if they were related to a king or a queen. And I asked them, why would you want to be related to a king or a queen? Because kings and queens walked on the backs of everybody else so they could have their power, control, money, gold, all that shit. And if you want to be related to somebody like that, then that's not somebody I want to have my time with, because you think you need to have power and control everybody, and they want to be related to kings and queens so they can have a cool story or something like that. Your cool story ain't worth shit. You know why? Because you don't live that life anymore. You live this one. And what's important is what you do now, not 100 years ago. Just like with us and our history, that history was, we were supposed to learn from it. We were not meant to hold on to it and keep bringing it up all the time, because we don't live there no more. What's important is what we do now and
Hey,
how we move
I gotta
forward.
say this, bro. I'm so sorry. I do apologize. That part right there, when you say, and the only people that say anything about being kings and queens are most of the black people that been, we've been kings and queens. That's what we were told, like through the stories that we've known, and then turn right back around and say we gotta let go of the history because those people want to stand on. They stood on the backs of people because they want their gold. And I know that was 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, stuff like that. But you don't want to be around people that want to harbor or think like that. That means that they shouldn't think highly of themselves. I don't think that. It's kind of confused. Like our situation right now is kind of confusing to me because it's like you're speaking one thing, but to me, it's like you're saying another thing.
No,
It's kind
I'm speaking the same thing, which is I say that we should get away from power and control. We should not want to live, or should we have to live under power and control? What I say is I want us to get away from that. And the
what's
people
the
who want to,
solution for it?
the solution is we learn to work together. Is we get together and everyone.
Okay, now,
We start talking to each other, and
yeah,
we go
I'm
out. We don't have to go. We can go to rallies and do that stuff and speak to them, but we got to get them to listen to us. And if we can't get them to listen to us, then we separate from them. I can grow my own vegetables. I don't need to go to a grocery store all the time. I can take care of myself and stop eating
yeah,
all the garbage that's going to keep me going to the doctor and giving that doctor a bunch of money that I could actually do on my own, but I'm too freaking lazy to do on my own. We have to stop being lazy in this world and rely. You know what? Here's what you can do. If you have depression going on in your life and you're depressed about everything, you can do one of two things. You can go to a doctor and he's going to give you a bunch of medicine. And when he gives you that medicine, it's going to suppress your depression. Okay. Or you can go to another doctor who's going to send you to a specialist, a psychiatrist, and that psychiatrist is going to talk you down from it. You know what you could do? You don't need to go to either one of those doctors and get any of that shit. You could talk yourself down from it. You could learn to let it go and you can move forward. Because even the doctor who's going to talk you down from it and away from it, he's doing the same thing you could do for yourself, but you're just paying him to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I get what you say. I get exactly what you're saying. But what I'm stating off the fact of what you're saying is, in America, this America, I'm speaking for my community.
Sure.
And I'm speaking at this time just strictly for my community. We don't have a understanding of moving forward when we're not able to get together like you said, but we're able to get together. We put enough people around that's able to get it generated.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
But you have. I'm gonna give you like I guess it'd be an example of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we have crabs, we put a lot of crabs in a bucket. Out of the crabs in the bucket, each crab will get out of the bucket unless someone came and put them back in the bucket and shook the bucket back up, right?
Right.
That's the same way my people is in America.
Yeah. So what we need to have is we still need to start listening to our teachers and trying to stop get out of the bucket as individuals. We have so much problem right now.
Yeah, all of the teachers who look like us are gone. I'm gonna keep it 1,000.
Yeah, no, you're correct. We need to get new ones.
All the teachers that look like this, they've either been banned from the internet, but it's not just that look like us. There are so many scientists that didn't agree with kids being vaccinated in Florida. Teams of them wiped out. There's so many stories that don't make sense in our mind. There's difficulties. I've just realized everybody's not going to get it.
Right, but there are going to be some people who, there will be some people who get it.
I mean,
but
you told me I've been here 28 lives.
Yep.
You started out and you said 28. My birthday is on the 20. My birthday is on the 29th.
Yeah, don't come here 29th time, all right? Because if you come back a 29th time, Key, I'm telling you, it's not going to be a nice place if we don't change this place. We can make change.
How many times have I been here? I got to ask you this.
28. You're on number 28.
Oh wow!
You got any more direct questions? I got a direct question for you. I'm dropping a music project. I want to help change the vibrations of what's considered music. I don't want to say our community because my community, I look at it. Yeah, I don't want to put a direct origin. It's whatever energy it picks up. It was
needs to go out everywhere.
For.
Everywhere.
There you go. If you catch it, you catch it. If you don't, good. That's how it was intended. But
you want to know if it's going to get out everywhere, and I'm going to tell you, no.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay, word life.
You know why? Do you know why?
Word life.
The reason why is because the music industry is shit.
Yeah.
It's just shit. You can't get a record deal. You can't get distribution. You can't get it because it has changed.
Go on this side and get it, son. Why would you come on this side? The stuff ain't on this side. I got you. I understand.
I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing that it changed. However,
I miss CDs. I love CDs.
Yeah.
My truck don't have a CD player in it. I can't, I can put a little thumb drive in there, but I like CDs. I want to be able to hold it in my hands.
But I think the way it gets out is
Nah, you can leave it there.
it's just like
Unless you
what
want to
I'm
take it in there.
what we're doing today.
Okay.
I think like your purpose gets out. I would never seek or never
Yeah,
have seeked to be a celebrity or be favored just amongst people. That's
right.
not my goal or direction.
Me
So the
either.
fact, yeah, the only fact that it gets accomplished and that I'm able to share and network and talk to people,
That's
that
how it
is
gets
great
out.
enough. That's great enough for me.
That's
Yeah,
right. Because
yeah, it
do
doesn't.
you need to be
Yeah,
famous? If I were to become famous,
yeah,
I wanna
yeah.
be famous for one thing, for
Real
people knowing
talk.
that I am helping them. Do I need to be
Yeah,
famous because I gotta make millions of dollars so I can ride all these luxurious cars and have all this jewelry over me? No,
no,
because that is
no.
that's a self-esteem thing that I gotta show everybody how much more important I am than them. No, I don't need all that. I don't need that because it's stuff, because when I die, I ain't taking shit with me. I'm
Yeah,
leaving, and I don't have none of that stuff. What I need to do is I need to put a word out there so everyone else can take that word and hopefully spread that on and change this world. Now, are we going to change this place right now? No, but if we don't start right now, it won't change. So it's going to take time, but it's not going to happen right now. Everybody wants their problems. That's the thing about asking from God. Everybody asks God to fix my problems. And the reason they do that is because they don't know how to get out their problems, even though they created their problems. And God wants you to learn how to fix your own problems because you got yourself into it. Because if life was meant to be easy, what would be the point of living in the first place? If He was to give you everything in your lifetime, you wouldn't
yeah,
appreciate the things that you do have. So, He's not going to fix your problems because he's just not. He wants you to learn to figure things out. So, asking for more than you're supposed to have is not going to happen because you're going to be given as much as you need, no more, no less, because of the lessons that you are learned and are supposed to learn in this lifetime. You personally, it's not about your stuff. It's all about the stuff that you acquired, and now you created problems because of that stuff. You did it to yourself. So God is not going to fix that. He wants you to fix it itself, and He wants you to figure out that all that stuff that you have is not meaning anything. What's
Daniel,
inside of you, the true value in this world is us. I could have a gold watch, but it doesn't have any value unless I till I put it on my wrist. Otherwise, it's just sitting there looking pretty in a
he
box.
said English is our problem. I mean, yeah, I got a question. Like,
Yeah, man, you asked.
yeah. So what do you pick up here?
Oh, who's that, man?
Yeah, this is a yeah, this is a fella, man. This they call him Ice Water right here. He passed April 4th.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did not cross over into the light.
he didn't.
No, that's I
Okay.
just kept getting no, and I asked them, did you just say he didn't cross over? And they're telling me, yeah, no, he didn't cross over into the light.
So I asked you about two people, and you say
He
no,
he
no.
didn't he didn't but he didn't cross over. He had a bunch of issues going on in his life, but he caused those issues. He also felt like he had like a bunch of unfinished business in this world too. Um, there is no such thing as unfinished business. If you didn't complete it, it's just because you're not meant to. But he had a lot of anger built up inside of him, and he let people know that. He had love for people, but he just had a lot of anger there. I'm being told he had a lot of hate there. He might he acted one way in front of one group of people, and he acted another way another group of people. He did not bring on the same persona to everybody. But I mean, everyone dies. When it's your time to go, it just is. He just went. But he didn't go happy. And because he didn't go happy, that's why he is in the place that he is. He saw that light, he did not go in, and he chose to be here. Now, not that that place is horrible, because not everybody there is horrible, but he's still walking around with a fucking attitude. He just has one. And he could cross over and go into heaven anytime he wants to, but he won't. He's got it against the world, you know? Blames the world for everything. That's their fucking problem. It's not his. Like a what do they call that? Oh, I'm getting touched on top. Like a narcissist blames everybody else, not his fault, even though it is his fault because it causes his own problems. And this is just what happens.
So he got.
So he's not going to come back again unless he walks into that light, because where he's at, he'll just stay there forever. But I know forever is not going to be forever, because once this place comes to an end, and it will, because this world is going to come to an end in 2332, the year 2332. This world will come to an end because we are destroying the world. That's why. So forever won't last forever, because once that does happen, God will come back one more time to this world here and give everybody who did not cross over one more chance to cross over. And if they don't cross over, their soul will actually die, and you'll just never see them again anyway. But
I know I'm not coming back. I know I'm not coming back here ever again. There's
I
no
hope
way.
not, man. I don't want you to come back here again.
There's
I don't
1,000.
want you to do it again. You don't
You
want to
say
do
what?
it again. I don't want you to do it again, and you don't want to do it again.
Do you want to be here again?
No, I'm not coming back again. This is my last time. But I have been here the longest. I have been
You
here
say
the
what?
longest. My soul has been here the longest.
You say your
my
soul
soul
been
is-
here the longest.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
somebody tells you that, oh, he's an old soul, that person, we've all been here so many times, everyone's an old soul. So don't listen to that stuff. There's a lot of stuff out here that's fake, unfortunately. But that comes from TV and movies and shit like that. Don't believe that
Right.
shit. Again, there's no demons and no devils. There are negative energies, and there's no one guy who's in charge of that stuff. And
Oh,
and
hell no.
they
I
want to
don't
tell you that
think- I don't think
Lucifer's a
energy-
horrible person,
I
but
don't
he's
think
not.
energy ever dies.
No, it
and
doesn't.
I don't-
It just goes on.
Yeah.
But it depends upon where you are that it's going on. You're going to go on. You're just going to be, but you can either be here in this negative realm that's around us, the low energy place. It's not hell. No one's being. I mean, I do see souls doing some crazy shit to other souls, but you know what I see a lot of time? I see them making out all the time because they can. They're still doing that. But I also see they're wearing clothes because they are pure energy. They can manipulate themselves to look like whatever they want to. But I see them making out. I see them having sex all the time. It's like watching a big giant spirit orgy, and I'm not invited. So, but I'm okay with that because I know where I'm going. I'm going home. So, but yeah,
shoot, for real.
yeah. I'm telling you, what people think spirit are doing, or what they think they have to say, is not what you think it is. They talk exactly like we do. In that lower place, some of them do hate each other.
Yeah,
They do.
pretty sure.
I've seen them. I've heard them say things to me that they hate this person. They don't like this person. Fuck that person. They still use that kind of language because they were here. So why wouldn't they talk like that? I have spirit come up to me because when they stand up out of their body, you still feel like yourself. The bad thing about that place is the low energy place is if you die at 80 years old and you're all crippled over, you'll remain that way forever if you go to that place. If you go home, you'll go back to feeling like what it is when you're 30. But if you're 80 years old here, and if they're just, they're just there, they're just okay. But yeah, I mean, I had a guy come up to me one time and he said, but this gift ain't easy. This guy came up to me and said, "Hey, man." I said, "Hey." I could see him because I was meditating. I said, "Do you want to cross into the light?" He said, "No, I got to show you something. I got to show you how I was murdered." And I was like, "I don't want to see that shit." And then he made a wound appear on his head. With my ability, I felt that pain coming from him. He put it on me. And I was like, "Stop doing that. You're giving me a freaking headache." And then it went away. And he told me, "Oh, I got shot. I was murdered." And I said, "Well, you can cross over if you want to." He said, "No, I got to go find that guy. I know he's here somewhere. I got to find him." It doesn't matter.
Man.
You're fucking dead. He didn't. But
Hey,
I have,
no. I got the thing about what you just said is the same week that he got murdered. I actually came where he was at because he was like DOA. Basically when we went and he was laying on the ground still, it was a crime scene, and
I'm sorry you had to see that.
Yeah, and my side started hurting over here, like right here, and I could feel like a sensation right here, and I didn't even know where he had got shot at or nothing like that. But as I,
Didn't feel
talk,
good.
heard the people, and I say, "Dang!" But not only was I feeling the pain right here, my nephew, who was standing right next to me, was hurting in the exact same spot, and I'm like, "Whoa!" But it ended up being that that's where he got shot at. Where he had got shot at. But I say this, like, he was a very good person. No matter of fact, he through his life, it taught me it's okay to be a good person, but being a nice person, I'm not no longer interested in. Sometimes you can be a good person, which means you do right, but when you're nice, a lot of times in this world that is full of vampiric type of energy,
Yeah.
it's looked at as a weakness. So if you become
Yeah.
weak, people are going to take advantage of you being weak. So there's going to always
Yeah.
be where it's okay to be good, but don't put yourself in a vulnerable place where you'll be taken advantage of.
Correct.
Yeah, and sometimes because of the environment, there's no choice. There's almost no choice. You have to be strong or you're going to be weak. And a lot of times when your decisions are based upon that, it makes you be what people might say is a bad person or a good person, but it's just like you said, like a kid takes a stick and dips it in some boo and puts it on another person. That's an assault charge, and they'll say when you was 12, you put doodle on a stick and you touch the person with it. You caught this case, I can't hire you later. So you'll be judged based on events that doesn't make you as a person. And we so often see that happen to people all the time.
Right. They do
You're
that.
actually judged on an event.
Yes.
And then that event becomes to who you are as a person when it has nothing to do with who you are as a person.
It could change you. Yeah. That whole event could change. I know what that's like. I worked in medical records and I helped people all the time fill out their paperwork. I worked in parole in prison for 6 years, and I know what that's like. And I did my best. It was my job to file paperwork and do all the stuff with their medical records and everything, but they would ask me questions and I would help them fill out the paperwork they needed so they could go see a doctor because they didn't know what to write on there. So I would tell them, this is what I want you to write because if you don't write this, you're not going to get seen. And so I would help them do that all the time. And I just did the best that I can. And it was just people who were in there. All kind I saw a girl who was in there because she was married to a billionaire and she was a cheerleader for a football team, and they think they live above the law. And her stepson was bringing his friends over, and one of the friends she picked out because she liked him because she thought he was cute, and she was having sex with him, and he was bragging about it. And then he told his friend, and then he told everybody else. And then she ended up doing weekends in prison for being a pedophile because she was in her late 30s and he was 15. When you have that kind of money, when you got that kind of power, you think you're above the law, you think you can do anything, and this is what they do. They do it because they think they live in their own world and everybody else doesn't matter and they can do what they want. And the reason why they have that kind of power and that kind of money and that kind of fame that's going on right now is because we let it happen. We allow it to happen. We go out, we go to football games and we pay hundreds of dollars for tickets and they get $1 million contracts that are 50, 60 million, $100 million, and we keep supporting it. And until we stop supporting it, it's not going to change. If we don't stop going to the games and watching it on TV, then they get these, I watched that TV show on I don't know, Netflix years ago called Ballers, where they were all football players and they had so much money, but they never learned to mature and they would just go broke and they would do a bunch of stupid shit and throw money at strippers and do all this stuff. But
does that have anything to do with the owners, the owners and the culture? Because a lot of times we're learning behind the scenes now, the people who own these labels, these teams, behind the scenes, they're totally different people
They are.
as to what they're looked at as owners as well. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
when you got
you
that
might not
football in your hand
see
and
them.
you're posing like this because 'cause you're a superstar, but behind the scenes, they're doing some shit that you don't even know.
Hey, real talk. And I think that's what get put like it'll get put out if you're a football player. Okay, he's making millions of dollars and he was driving drunk somewhere
Yeah,
or had sex with somebody who it'll be put out as this, but then never really do you hear. It's like a big thing when you hear like a Epstein thing, or you hear about owners, or you hear
what
about people that are a certain totem pole, and it's like now you're not supposed to say anything. They're not the
right. They keep
yeah, they're
everything
not the
hush
people that are
hush
supposed
because the people who have that kind of money don't wanna go to prison, and everybody else who has that kind of money, they're all in on it too, and they don't wanna go to prison too, so they keep it all hush. What was that one football player? I forget his name.
yeah,
He came out of a he drug his girlfriend into a, elevator, came out, was
yeah,
pulling her out by her hair, beating the
yeah,
shit out of her, and what
yeah.
happened to him? What real I mean, what's his name who was going to the dog fights? He
Mike
played for
Vick,
the
Mike Vick,
I don't care,
Michael
man.
Vick.
You do things to animals, you're a piece of shit. Those animals cannot make decisions for themselves, and when you're doing that kind of thing,
But see, here goes the thing. I can't lie about it. Here goes the thing. In music that I do, it is okay for me to say, man, I'm gonna spin on a nigga and spin again on a nigga, and you can put this out literally where the world can hear it, and there's no issue with it. But
right,
if I talk about killing a dog, an animal, a white person, an Asian, or anything, it's like you're not supposed to do it. It
right,
is difficult when you can't communicate with other beings that are alive that see this type of thing happening, and it's
yeah.
like you're the only group of people that this is okay or consistent with. It's like okay, you know what I'm saying? Like I think we should all be able to have the open conversation where
But
it makes sense.
we have conditions.
You know what I'm saying? In these conditions, yeah, I don't want to say it's fair or whatnot, but this is where the disconnect happens with a lot of people, and they
Yeah,
start looking at it a certain way just because you can't speak it. I think
yeah,
once you can speak it, and other person can see, okay, well, I definitely see that point of view, or I don't see that point of view. Once you can have the conversation, then everything is kosher. I think
yes.
is great. But
I
I agree. I agree. Animals
I've
don't have
had that. I've had
yeah,
that happen to me. Years ago,
yeah,
I was dating this woman, uh, pretty woman. She was a white woman. Her previous, husband was a black man. He had passed away.
yeah,
Um, she told me stories about him. Nice guy. I saw a videotape of him because I was spending time with the kids and all that stuff.
yeah.
Um, so her 2 children were biracial, um,
Mhm.
and they would have friends over and stuff like that. And they just felt it was okay to say those words around me all the time, and I felt uncomfortable. And
Yeah,
they would come up in my face and just say it in my face. Get in my face and say it in my face and said, "I can say it all day long, and you can't say a goddamn thing." And I said, "What I can do is I can get up and walk out of this house because I don't wanna hear it anymore." And because you're 15 years old,
yeah,
I know a lot more than you, kid, and, you keep up with that attitude, and you're gonna screw up your life, and then you're gonna blame everybody else for that problem because you're the one who wanted to start the problem, but you don't wanna blame yourself, so and then it just got to a point I was just like, I this woman was nice, I mean, she was great, and I said, "I can't do this anymore. I can't."
based on definition though,
Yeah,
I don't think it's nothing wrong with you saying that word. I wouldn't feel an offense no matter who I say saying what words. I am
but
so far
I
evolved.
don't wanna say that word because I don't think I need to s if I wanna talk to you, I'm gonna call you
Yeah,
Key.
yeah,
I
God
I don't
body.
feel
God
I don't
body.
feel co
Word body.
I don't feel
Yeah,
comfortable calling anybody any type of name.
yeah,
I just don't wanna
yeah.
call them that because I don't need to call them that. I can let that go and say, "You know what? We're just people. Why don't we just talk about shit?" I
Okay,
mean,
so So
labels.
our words derive from other words. So
Yeah,
using the same word that we speaking on, but you spell it Negus, negus. If you look at that word and look into it, then you'll go to the same kings and queens. The definition of it is something completely different.
right.
So I think
They just turned it around.
you completely turn the word individual. The majority of people in this world, if you say how many are you as an individual, what do most people say?
Well, people nowadays, they want to be a different kind of individual. They want to change their sexuality. And when someone says, "Oh, I'm non-binary, binary," or when
He,
someone
she,
says,
they,
when
they a
someone
whole
tells
lot
me
of
that if they say they're non-binary,
yeah,
there's no numbers, then what that means is you're actually saying you're nothing.
yeah. You can
And if you're
transform into
nothing,
anything.
then why would I have a conversation with you? I don't need to genderize you. I'm just going to
Yeah,
talk to you. But if you're going to tell me that I have to talk to you in a certain way because that's how you feel, and if
yeah,
I don't feel it, I don't
yeah.
have to. But
That's
I
not a
can still have
connection.
a conversation with you, whatever.
Yeah,
But if you just want to sit there and push your ideology on me, that's like someone who's going to preach to me about the Bible all day long. I'm going to say, well, I don't believe in the Bible. I don't follow the Bible. So you can say whatever you want to, but it's not going to make a difference.
yeah,
Maybe I'll feel differently about it, but if I don't feel differently about it, you're just talking at me. You've become what we call a talking head. You're just talking, and it's just going right through, and then they have a great day. But if you,
oh, for real.
but we don't have to talk. It doesn't have to be all about that. We both go to the bathroom the same way. We both eat breakfast the same way. We put on our pants the same way. We do a lot. We have a lot more in common with each other than we actually believe. But we always want to bring one thing into it, and we want to bring that thing into it that's going to cause opposition.
And
And
that's
then
what
that
and that's
and
what
it happens because
that's what
we make it
attracts
happen.
nowadays. Um,
Right, we make it happen. And if we could stop
yeah,
making it
yeah.
happen, then
People like
things would be
controversy.
different. But as long as we
Yeah,
keep making this negativity come into the world, it's never gonna go away. And I'm telling you, whoever wants me to ask them, "What the angels think about that?" They want it to stop too. People
yeah,
make things complicated. They don't make anything complicated because 'cause they're trying to bring positivity to us, but we don't listen to them, we don't trust them, and we don't follow through. So an angel can give me an answer to give you an answer, but if
yeah,
you don't take that answer and do something with it, then it means nothing. So stop asking me questions that you're not gonna do anything with the answer. And this guy over here, this, Raz Teo, he keeps asking me all these questions. I can give you the answers, but he still wants to keep bringing me negativity all the time up and down, and he won't stop. So what that means is I'm not going to give him any more answers because he's not going to listen to me. All he wants to do is argue, and I'm not going to argue with anybody. We can have a conversation, but if he doesn't want to have an actual conversation because he wants to tell me, all this other bullshit, I don't have time for that. And
yeah,
I'm not going to give him my time. So if you want to listen and try to get some answers and do something about it, great. If you want to just sit there and yell and scream at me because of whatever everybody else has done for hundreds of years, no. I had a lady, I'm going to tell you a perfect example. Just answer the
yeah,
questions. I'm answering the fucking questions. You just don't like the fucking answers. So shut your mouth. Be quiet because I'm not going to give you any more answers because you're not letting me answer you. You just want a different answer that you want, not the actual answer, not the truth. You want your own answer, and your own answer is not the truth. It's your truth. So
yeah,
I had a lady come to me one time. I was doing readings in a mall, and
uh-huh,
she came up and she was Amish, and she come up to me and she said,
yeah,
"Are you speaking to spirit?" I said, "Yes." "Are
yeah,
you communicating with spirit?" And I said, "Yes." And then in the mall, she yelled at me and said, "You're speaking to the devil." And I said, "No,
yeah,
I'm not speaking to the devil." I said, "There is no such thing as the devil. There's no such thing as hell. There's no such thing as purgatory. There is no one guy there is a heaven, but there is no such place." And as I went through that, she just got angry and angry and angry and angry. And I just sat there and I said, "I'm not going to get angry over your anger." And then she stopped. I said, "Are you done?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, have a great day." And then she got so angry, she turned red and stomped her feet and walked away. Now, if she wanted to have a conversation with me, I can do that. And this guy says I'm mad. I'm not mad. What I am is I'm tired of you trying to berate me with things that don't make any sense. You want me to talk about what is Africa? It is a place. It is a place where people live. Is it the only place that should be above all others? No, because no one should be above anyone. That is the truth. And if you can't understand that as being the truth, that none of us need to be in power over each other, but some of them are. He keeps saying they are real questions, sir. I said they're not. Well, the answers that I'm telling you, sir, are not the answers that you want. You want me to tell you that Africa should be in charge of everything. Well, that's not going to happen. It is not about the Africa. It is about people. And people choose to be in charge of other people. And until we take that idea away, nothing is going to change. I'm not angry. I'm just tired of being berated by dumb questions because you want me to tell you that I should be sorry for everything that everyone else has done. And everyone else should be sorry what everyone else has done. And I can't do that. And I am not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. They treat people like they decide to treat people. And until they stop treating people that way, I can only give them ideas on how to stop treating people, but they have to do it themselves. And I know it's not justice. I can't change that unless they want to listen. And if they don't want to listen, I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make him drink. And I can tell them, we could be nice to each other. You could stop yelling at each other. We could stop pointing rockets at each other. We could stop killing each other. We could stop doing a lot of it. Men could stop raping women. Men could treat women a whole heck of a lot better. But then women can treat men a whole heck of a lot better.
That is true though, because it is
Can I answer this one question?
Yeah.
He says, ask the archangels to stop it. And I'm going to give you the answer for that. They are not going to stop it because if they stop it, then we won't learn anything from it. And we are here to learn. We have to stop it. Because if they were meant to fix all of the problems in the world, then why would we even be here in the first place? We wouldn't learn anything from it. And we are here to learn from it. They are not magical beings that are going to come here and fix these problems. God sent us all here to learn things. I can walk around and I can see a bunch of people having a fight. And I can do one of two things. I can walk in there and get into that fight, or I can walk away. And that's what everyone can do. But everyone who causes these problems and wars and fights and slavery and all this other bullshit that's out there, they cause it because they choose to cause it. And I can't make them change that unless I try to help them to show themselves how they can do it. But archangels and God is not going to come and do it. He doesn't do that because if he did that, you wouldn't learn anything from it. Where is the justice? Again, you're asking me the same thing. I just gave you the answer. You don't like the answer. And that's not my problem. I can't convince you, apparently, to understand the answer. And I'm not going to be able to do that. So unless he listens, I can't answer.
No, the only thing you can do is have the conversation.
I am.
And with the conversation,
and now he's blaming it on my race. And if you're going to continue to walk around blaming the race of everybody, then you know what?
So the person
we all have choices. We all have choices.
We all got choices. Hey, God, body. So in the past, the person who's speaking, Raj Tayo, was he white in another life? Was he Was he Asian, or did he have a different color in another life?
He's been white, he's been Asian, he's been from Ireland, he's been from Scotland, he
Oh,
has been from, Australia, he has been, Japanese, he's been Japanese 3 times.
yeah,
That is your answer. That
yeah,
is the truth, and if you can't
yeah,
understand that truth, I can't help you. He's been here 27 times, and has he
man.
always been who he is now? No. But why is he the person he is now? Because he chooses to be that way. And until he makes a different choice, I can't help you. But what I
Mm,
can do is tell you that you have a choice to be different. And if you don't want to be different, then that's your problem and not mine.
God body, man. Yeah, we're gonna raise the raise the vibration, man. It was definitely my intent to get on these creatures behind the Arctic ice wall. We got way off track for a
What is the
good
Arctic
long.
ice? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah,
Choice to submit to your race. I'm not a
let's
race, sir. I am a
let's
human
definitely
being. I'm a man and I'm a human being.
let's go
That's
into
what I
that.
am. What do you want to
They
know?
woke up a giant beyond the ice wall.
So you want to talk about what's up there?
Definitely,
Oh, I
definitely.
can tell you what's going on up there.
See, something's coming out of the water, right?
Are we going to get into talking about aliens?
Let's definitely let's go
You want
there.
to talk about about aliens? Because I have answers for you there.
Okay, first of all, so the map that we have of the world that we normally have been taught in school, is that really the map of the world that we live on, or is it a lot bigger?
Um, well, I mean, it is that size, but again, the people who have everything in control of everything will not allow us to be in certain parts in Antarctica because there are things that happen there that they don't want us to know about.
So okay, so in what you're saying, let me go to something here.
We could talk about aliens because I have answers for that too. I will tell you something right now that this gentleman over here keeps asking me to ask about archangels. We just give them that name. When I see archangels around me, I see
Mhm.
8-foot praying mantises standing around me. 8-foot praying mantises. That's what I see. That's what archangels are. All they are just beings of a higher consciousness that no longer need to be in a body and are about positivity and they are trying to help us. They don't all look the same. I see some that look like praying mantises, some that look like owls. Some that I've only seen a couple that look like people, but it takes a very long time to become one of those. They have been around for billions and billions of what we call years, but they have just been. They just are, okay? And they have been around they were here before religion because religion was created by men, okay?
Yeah.
So, but they have been around forever. When I see them again, I see most of them. I see 8-foot praying mantises standing around each other, and they're standing around me. Okay, I see Jesus every single night of my life. I see him standing next to me. I've seen God 6 times. He has spoken to me 8 times. He has touched me 6 times. I get touched by archangels. That was not easy getting used to.
So when you
As they were touching
when you
me,
see
go ahead.
my bad, when you see Jesus, when you see Jesus, does he look? Do you know what he physically looks like, or you
Yeah,
don't know what he physically? You do,
yeah,
you do. How would you
yeah.
describe him?
Like he has a dark tan, dark. like you would
Yeah.
like you would call a light-skinned black person. And
Okay.
he doesn't have features of a black person. He looks like he came from, like, over in Jerusalem, around that area. He looks that way. But what
Okay.
he looks like is not my concern. It's what he does is what
Yeah, I was just
yeah,
asking like the
yeah.
picture that we all see of Jesus is I was just trying
God
to see if that if that
God who God
lines up.
does not look like who we think he looks like.
No, definitely
God,
wouldn't think
I've
that.
seen him 6 times. 5 times that I saw him, he looked like the Greek god Zeus, where he was big and muscular, he had this long gray hair, and he had crow's
Yeah,
feet, okay? And he was
yeah.
very handsome, okay? The other time that I saw him, he was genderless, and he had no complexion. It was just a round face, 2 small eyes, a tiny nose, and a little tiny mouth, and he looked like a cue ball with a face on it. That's what he
Yeah.
looked like. Because he's pure energy, he can manipulate himself to look like whatever he wants to. And when I
Most
see
definitely.
Jesus, I always see him in a robe, a white robe. That's what I see him in. When I see archangels, I see again 8-foot praying mantises. I see their big giant bug eyes. They know I'm not talking about them in a racial type way. I'm just
Yeah.
describing what they look like. Big bug eyes, big bug arms and tentacles and all that stuff. I see some that look humanoid, but not human. But I
Real
know
talk.
if you were to see them,
Uh-huh.
it would scare the shit out of you because they look like big, tall, 8-foot monster type bugs. That would
And
scare you.
and
But
I have actual footage of things that look like that behind the Arctic ice wall. And that's
yeah,
why I asked you, did the world was the map that they give us the same? Because I ran across this map here.
well, the map, the continents and all that stuff has
Uh-huh.
changed. Yeah, that all changed because of the way that the ground platelets underneath of us move, and when it moves, it breaks things apart and moves it all apart. So yeah,
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I was just showing this right here. They show this being like the world we live in, and the wall, the
yeah,
ice wall around us.
yeah.
And then they give
We
this
can't go
chart
there though.
here.
You're not allowed.
Yeah, it's Africa ice wall all the way around us, on every side. And
Oh,
then
like
you have
that?
all these
Oh, like that?
different
No,
lands.
no, it's not like that.
Yeah, so they're actually showing land. They're
In the
saying
middle of
like,
it.
okay, so so in these lands that we were showing outside of the ice wall, they're pretty much saying that dinosaurs, these praying mantis looking animals, that all
Sure.
these things are right outside the
They're
ice
still
wall.
around.
Like,
They're still
yeah,
around. They haven't gone anywhere. They want you to believe it's all gone, but no, they haven't gone anywhere. But like in Antarctica, they won't let us go to Antarctica because they are doing secret government black ops shit over there that they will not let us see because there are what we would call alien ships, UFOs flying in and out of there because aliens don't come visit here. They are here. They have been here for years.
1,000%.
We were not created by Adam and Eve. That's a bunch of bullshit. We were created by them. They created us here, and they created all humans to be a slave race for them.
So
But
are so
there was
are we in
another
a dome, are
there
we in a dome that we can't escape?
we'll never escape anything from this world until we get off of this world and go somewhere else, and they're not gonna let us do that until we get this shit figured out that we need to stop killing each other. Aliens watch
Yeah.
us. They watch what we're doing because they come here and they check on us to see what our progress is. And when they
Oh, and
see
it's so easy to see when you get on an airplane. When you get on an airplane, you can see very well. It's nothing but shapes,
yeah, yeah,
circles,
this
squares.
This guy's saying, "Hey, the Earth is not flat, bro." I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was flat. I don't know who told you. I said it was flat, but I didn't say it was flat because it ain't flat. It's round. So
Okay,
stop.
great.
He can stop putting words in my mouth because I'm done with him. You
No
can
stress.
SMH. You can yourself because I'm going to just let you go. So all done with you, pal.
So the eclipse, do you think it was real? What did you think about the eclipse and everything after the eclipse?
Oh, with
Dubai flooding, all these different things.
with the eclipse and all that.
Yeah,
You mean the eclipse of the sun?
yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. It's just the
Say
eclipse.
that.
That's just the planets. That's just the way the planets move and stuff like that. But I am not going to tell you. I am not going to tell you that the moon is not created because I'm telling you that's not just a hunk of rock.
Was that a real eclipse, or did it have effects of uh CERN? CERN. What are the other entities with they're really trying to open these portals?
Well, yeah, portals can get open all day long because
Yeah.
they have the technology to do it. I will also tell you, it didn't rain for 40 days and 40 nights. Okay. Um, For one reason, you wouldn't be able to live in that because there would be so much water in the atmosphere, you wouldn't be able to breathe and you would drown in that, okay? There was a flood, but God did not create it because God doesn't need to punish us. They created it because they were trying to wipe out the human race. Didn't happen. We were resilient. We came back. And since it didn't work that way, well, they're just going to try it another way.
Man. So yeah, we got to come up. I think we got to come up with some with solutions. Man,
Now
I
here,
want.
now I'm going to answer this one question. He said 1 minute he sees God, the next minute he said aliens created us. Aliens created the body. They just created these bodies, but they did not create the soul. God creates souls. So
Word.
don't again, whatever your name is, I don't want to pronounce it because I'll screw it up. Don't put words into my mouth. I'm telling you what it is, but you're just not listening. You're picking out pieces like people pick out pieces of the Bible because they don't want to live by the entire Bible because there's rape, murder, pedophilia in the Bible. There's all that, but no one lives by those parts of the Bible. They just live by the parts that they want to choose to live by. And you want to choose things that I say and only pieces. And that's how I know you're not listening, because if you were listening, you would get the whole message. Key gets it. You don't get it because you don't want to listen and you don't want to understand. So again, speak to the archangels of God. Now her says aliens created us. They created bodies. They can make it. They have the technology to do it. Why do you think they have people being picked up by alien ships all the time? Because some of them have progressed so far, they can't progress anymore, and they need samples and take things so they can change things. That's why they have technology beyond we can ever imagine. Everything you've ever seen in a Star Trek movie that they have, we actually have some of that too. But there are people who don't want you to know we have that so they can keep it for themselves. But these things, he just wants angels to and archangels to do these magic powers and fix everything. They're not. They're
So
not
so
gonna
do you think him and
Have
uh-huh.
ever fixed everything in his life all the way up until now? No. And why didn't they? Because if they did that to him, he wouldn't learn anything about his life, and he wouldn't learn how to be the person he is now. They're not gonna fix you. You
So
just want them to
do
fix
you
you.
think people have abilities that transcend what is human? Like, can people move things without touching it? Can people know things without, you know what I'm saying? Can people create a certain energy where they make fire without a lighter? Is certain things possible?
Yeah, I had an instance, one time. I woke up from a dream. I wrote it in my book. People know about it. I'm
Allegedly.
not shy about it. I woke up in a dream and I saw, because the dream, I saw this woman standing there sitting at a table, and I was with her, and she was moving her hand like this, and a piece of paper was moving around on the table, spinning. And And she kept saying this word. I kept hearing it in my mind, cantation, cantation, cantation. And I woke up and I was like, man, that was crazy. So I get up and I see my wife. I give her a kiss good morning. I said, can you get on the computer and look up this word cantation? She said, sure. She looks it up. She said, it says incantation. I said, what's that mean? She said, magic. And I was like, magic? Well, I guess because she was making that piece of paper move just by, making it move. And I was like, without touching it. And I was like, that's kind of cool, I guess. So I said, all right. I said, I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm hungry. She said, there's a bowl of cherries in the fridge. And I was like, cherries. I walk out to the kitchen. I open up that fridge. I look at the bowl of cherries and I think to myself, I want those bowl of cherries. And the damn bowl came flying out and hit me in the chest. And I grabbed it. I was like, what the hell? And I was like, I said to myself that I wanted them. And it just flew out from there and I got it. And I thought, maybe I can do it again. But because it was pure thought, it was done without thinking. It just, I want them. And it just came to me. It can happen. It doesn't mean it's magic because your soul is able to do things. Jesus could heal people because he'd only been here once. He was that in touch with his soul and he was talking to God and God was talking to him. And because people want proof and he gave them proof. And along with that proof, he was hoping that he could lead them away from power and control. Now, again, yeah, we could all do this if we get in touch with our souls. But until we get rid of that pain, anger, sorrow, grief, guilt, anguish, until we stop putting blame on everything, we can raise our vibrations, but you can't go that high as everyone tells you. You can't go to another dimension. Your body can't live in another dimension, and your soul cannot separate and go to another dimension. When you are dreaming at night, that's the closest you're ever going to get to heaven. Your soul comes up out of your body, but it's always attached to your body. And that's how you're able to remember things and do things and all that stuff, okay? If you were to actually separate from your body will die. How do we know that? Because souls leave the body because when they die, that's what happens. If your soul were to leave and go to another dimension, that doesn't mean your vibration is going to go up high. It's just going to another place. And once you separate from that body will die, but so will that soul. It will die. People need to know these things. You can
So what
only
we-
raise your vibrations by getting rid of all the shit that is in your life. But we drive cars, we pay bills, we get into arguments, we have all this stuff around us, and we're being bombarded all the time. And until we get away from that stuff, I mean, the Dalai Lama or monks, their vibrations are no higher than yours. Why? Because we're all attached to this meat suit and we have all this negativity around us. And until you learn to separate yourself from that negativity, it's not going to go. But you can, because you can, once you get away from the negativity and you walk around and go, well, like me, I don't watch the news. I don't pay attention to the news. I don't need to know what's going on with P. Diddy. I could care less. I don't care what's going on with the Kardashians. I don't need to know it because it's not important. I don't need to have all this jewelry on me because again, I'm the value, not the jewelry. I don't need to know about that stuff. I don't need to be aware of that stuff. And as long as you walk around and you actually feel centered and you feel balanced and you're away from negativity, you have just raised your vibrations. But you have to stay that way. I get messages key all day long. Do you know why? I don't have to meditate for it anymore. I have done the work of getting away from all the crap. And because I get away from the crap, I get touched for yes and no answers, and they put thought into my mind every day. Not just regular thought. They used to put thought into my mind in the very beginning when this was turning on for me at 50. I'm 57 now. It was 5% of the day. Now it's 90% of the day. And I can give people answers if they want to listen. But if every time I'm going to give them answers and all they're going to do is fight me against that, then I have no time for that. I will go and help the people I can help and help them to become clear because I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I don't have any tattoos, nothing, because Spirit tells me in order to get clear messages, I must be clear. And in order to get clear messages for yourself, to get those messages all the time. When you wake up in the morning and decide you're going to go to the mall or wherever you're going to go, that's not you. It's coming from spirit guides. We have spirit guides there, and that is coming from heaven. And they are trying to direct you to where to go. But society gave you ego and gave you all this other crap to talk you out of it and tell you that you're not good enough for anything and to not have any faith within yourself to do anything. And when you feel that way, you're not going to go to the places that you're meant to go and have the situations that are meant to happen and the people you are meant to meet. Because you meet those people that you haven't seen in 10 years and you say this, I can't believe it. I haven't seen you in so long. You can't believe it because you don't understand that it was meant to happen. And all these other things that are going on in the world are meant to happen. And we need to learn from that so we can make sure that it never happens again. But the reason it keeps happening is because we haven't let it go. Until we learn to let it go, nothing will change. And God and archangels and Jesus and other spirit guides are not going to change that as a whole. They're trying to do it for individuals so they can get the
Most
whole
definitely.
collective to
Most
change.
definitely.
And that's what
So-
this
so-
gentleman does not understand, and I can't help him.
Yeah, I think it's more so as just if you
And
learn.
he keeps calling me her. I'm not her. I'm he. And you're telling me that I said about countries, and he said, "No, sir, it's a continent." You know what? You get your shit together. Stop calling me her. You speak correctly and stop saying shit about me.
Oh,
You
shit.
stop judging me
Yeah,
and stop judging everybody else. And then
yeah.
you'll know what's going on in here. But don't sit here and judge me because you don't have the right to do it, buddy. Let it go.
Yeah, I have to learn how to get rid of them comments.
He can't
On
get
here.
rid of it. He can't get
Yeah,
rid of it because he blames me for everything that's ever happened. Sorry,
I
didn't do it.
no, you're right. I think we have to move forward, but it's just like so people lay down a structure or infrastructure.
Yeah,
Yeah, you lay down an infrastructure. So when you learn from the past,
yeah,
I think that's just it. We have to get to a point to where we can govern ourselves, so
right.
we don't have to be governed by others. Like
Yeah,
when we
this
get to
place
a
wasn't
point,
supposed to be that way. It wasn't
no,
supposed to be a United States. It was supposed to be individual states governing themselves. But the powers that be who are in control said, shit, we can't make enough money that way. We got to get this shit rolling. So we're a United States
I
where
mean,
we
but
can
the
make
only
more
thing
money.
money is control. I mean, when we face it,
Yeah.
money just means power. The money
Yes.
you generate out of nothing, and it's really meaningless. If you put $1 billion in a field and you say, I want an apartment complex that only costs 1 million. I
Right.
just want a six unit apartment complex, but I put
Yeah.
$1 billion there and just sit it there. It's not gonna build that $1 million apartment complex.
Right.
It's gonna take the bodies, the humans. It's
Yeah.
gonna take some type of AI computers, machines. You're
Labor.
gonna have to have the materials. Yeah, it takes the energy of people
Yeah.
regardless.
And it's going to take the energy of people to change this place, not just one,
It is.
everybody.
It is. And
Because you know
we
what?
don't have
Because
to.
you know that song. You know that song. Don't let money fool you. Don't you let the money fool you.
Nah,
For the
true
love
statement.
of money.
True statement. True
It's
statement.
it's
True
it
statement.
it is evil. And we
Nah,
all you know it's funny? We base our whole economy on two things. Paper and rocks. We just call it money and gold.
yeah.
But where's the true value? We are the true value. It is not worth anything until it's in our hands. And we don't have to have it in our hands because we could just go to work and do our jobs and share everything and not have to exchange money. We can just give each other everything we need. You know what we could do? I could have a brand new Cadillac. You could have a brand new Cadillac. We could all have brand new Cadillacs, and then we could all put all the cool doodads on it to make it look cool. But once we all have one, and once we all realize that nothing is different and we all have the same, then having it is not going to have any more worth to it because we're going to realize that everything is equal. But you know what we need to get back to? The fact that we are all equal. We are all the same. And once we realize that is the real truth in this world and that we are the value in this world and not those things, then maybe we will stop living our lives to go get things and start living our lives for each other and helping each other. That's the truth.
1000%. No, 1,000%. 1,000%. Hey, and I appreciate you, Daniel. And the fact that you said you gave me some motivation because you said, you know what, the music is not I'm a mystical person. So you
It's
gave
you, brother.
yeah,
It's
you
you.
get hey,
It's
you
music, but
gave
it's
me
your
energy.
message.
Yes, 30 days from now, I'm gonna revisit. I'm gonna get because you got some major things on the way. You have some major things in front of you.
Oh boy.
And by the energy I pick up, I say we're gonna retouch what we talking about right now. 30 days from now, I think
Anytime.
I think we'll be in definitely good places, man. I apologize for the harassment, the brutality
Yeah.
tonight. It definitely was not my intention. I just definitely wanted to bring you up, but yeah, so, some of the things that
I didn't know he
yeah.
had I wouldn't have known he had problem with paperwork, would I?
Oh no, you wouldn't.
How would I just pull that out of the air? How would I pull
I
that out of the air?
and I think a lot of times the environment can affect the energy because I definitely know the guy who I put his face up, who I spoke about that passed that he got shot. Um, Hearing he got shot, it would sound like he's a certain kind of person, but he probably was one of the better people in this world. That I'm not saying he did everything correct on this world, but anger,
Neither have I,
that,
man. Neither have
huh?
I.
Nah,
Neither have
nah,
I.
yeah, yeah,
We there are 2 decisions you're gonna make in this world.
yeah,
There's no mistakes, there's no right and wrong, there's no epic failures. There's none of that.
yeah,
It's society
yeah.
tells us that we fail, you don't.
It
What you're
does.
doing is you're trying to figure out how it works for you, but you're gonna do some things that don't work for you until you find out what does. You can walk through a
Yeah,
door and there could be a nail in the
yeah,
floor, you could trip over that nail. And maybe
yeah,
you go get a hammer and bang it back in, but not everybody
yeah.
does. They trip over it 4 or 5 times. So maybe it takes them a little while to learn lessons. Maybe, you know, we could have learned a lesson a long time ago when we had the Second World War and all that Nazi stuff and Hitler stuff. Did we learn it? No. And when are we going to learn it? When are we going to figure out that we're just tired of doing that? And when are we going to figure out that we have to change? And until we do that, until we stand up and try to make a change, and I can't make those guys stop having wars. But maybe I can talk to enough people who they can get it to, and maybe they can spread it around as well. Because 'cause I'm not gonna be here forever. I'm gonna die when I'm in 26 years. I'm dying when I'm 83. My birthday's in November. I'm gonna die in August on a Wednesday night, on the 3rd week. That's when I'm out of
You're a
here.
Scorpio.
What's that?
You're Scorpio.
Yeah.
You're Scorpion.
Yeah, but
Or
you
you're
know what that means?
Sagittarius.
You know what that means?
What's that?
It means nothing, man, because the original calendar was 5 months long. Then it was 9 months, and then it was 10 months, and then it was 12 months. We added those months. We created signs. You're not born under stars, man, because your soul was created. It wasn't born under stars. It just wasn't. And it picks the body when it's coming in. That's all. But yeah, the bodies were created a long time ago, but they just keep going now. I mean, the reason why there's so many people here is because we had something in the 20s and 30s called the Industrial Revolution, and they needed bodies to make those machinery work. So they told everybody to have all these babies, and then they just kept doing it. Now, back then there was only like maybe 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 million people. Now there's 7.5 billion, but they just
Yeah,
keep coming. And what have we learned from it? Nothing. We've learned nothing. But we
yeah.
need to start learning. Yeah.
We fast too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we think we're a lot bigger than what we are. And I say if you take an airplane, you'll realize how small little dots we are. It's just like ants in an ant pile. I
Right.
think when we look up, there's things way bigger than us out there in the atmosphere. We
There
just
sure
haven't
are.
realized what it is. I think we're a very small part, but our ego likes to make us think that we're something a whole
Oh,
lot
yeah.
bigger. Yeah, a whole lot bigger. But I don't know. I say I appreciate you pulling up, coming through today. Yeah, to me it's crazy because thinking about it, it's like how do you figure it out when people are scared that you might read them? People are actually scared of themselves. They're really scared that somebody might pick up some. Yeah, I have zero fear that there's something somebody could tell me. The worst thing somebody could tell me is something that I could fix about myself. I mean, it's the worst thing I possibly could hear, and that's still helpful. That's still helpful. So it's like, I mean, I don't know. I don't get
I
it.
worry about I worry about myself, but I can't.
Yeah,
I worry about the people who want to put a message out. And what happens is it gets they get squashed. They get rid of them. Martin Luther King, they killed him.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
They killed him because
yeah,
he was getting it right. He was trying to bring us together, and they killed him.
yeah.
And if you can't see what's going on behind the scenes, then you just don't get it.
Nah.
And what are we gonna do? So they don't want people who tell the truth out there. They killed Jesus. They killed the Kennedys. They killed Martin Luther King. They're killing them because they don't want it happening. And is there a possibility they might do that to me? Well, I already know that. And I've already known that for a couple of years, but they're going to try. But you know what? I can't I can't just sit back and not say anything. Because if I do, if we all just not say anything, nothing will change. And I don't know how much of a dent I'm going to make in this world, but I'll be damned if I'm not going to try. And I'm going to
Yeah,
do my best. So
God about it.
can I explain everything? I can get some answers, but until everybody gets on the same plane level field, until we get that big giant bulldozer that takes everything away, and we do that, and then we say, okay, let's get this figured out. But until that happens, no matter if I'm talking about God or Jesus or archangels or angels or spirit, none of it. Until that happens, until we do it, it won't change. And the only way that we can do it is try to get that word out so we can all hear it and all understand it. I am so I was just doing a podcast just to do it, just to get that word out there. And I've been on, like, even including this one, I've been on over 175 shows in the past 3 years. And I happened to be on one, and he had this network that he was putting together, but he got another conglomerate to come into it, and they're gonna put it out online. They're gonna put it out on apps on TV. And he saw something in me because I was explaining some things to it. And the other guy said, I need some people who are going to bring some real value to this. And he said,
Yeah,
I got a guy. And I had a meeting with him. I signed a contract with him. Can't talk about the contract, and now I'm going to be bringing the message out that I have, and it's going to go throughout the entire world. And what is wrong with that? And
nothing.
now I don't know what kind of money or if money's even gonna come into play with it. I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
That's not a concern.
yeah.
I'm
It's the experience.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it
Yeah,
out as
it's the
long as
ride.
people
It's the journey.
as long as they go on their TV and they click on that
Yeah,
app and they say, "Oh, maybe this guy's got some answers."
yeah.
Whatever.
It's
But
the journey.
as long as it gets out there, because like I said, with music today and everything else, you can't get stuff out there anymore. But it's like being in a band that you're that guy who gets a contract, and the next thing you know, you got the whole world at your feet listening to what you have to say. And until that happens, you're just gonna be trying, but you're still gonna be trying. Now, I wasn't necessarily trying for that, but now that it happened, I I I'm I'm blessed by it beyond belief. They kept telling me it will happen, but it's gonna take time, and it took 3 years, but if it would've took 10 years, I would still be doing what I'm doing because they want me to do it, and I love doing it, and I try to put as much positivity out there. And yes, I get people at me all the time that, "Well, if you get answers and you're talking to God and you're gonna answer some doc, you can save the world." No, we all have to save the world together. No matter what, we all have to do it together. And if you don't wanna be a piece of that because you just wanna blame me for everything, well, then you'll sit in the corner while the rest of us are trying to make change. That's it. And it's that simple. We all have to do
That's
it
it.
together. And if we don't do it together, nothing will happen because we let what's happening right now happen. We voted them because they wanted us to vote it because they created it, and then you go to a voting booth, and then when you go there after that, I mean, you think you're part of it, but you ain't part of shit because they got that shit fixed. If they want their people in there, they're in there, and if they want them out, they get them out. But that doesn't happen very often because, they have to put on a good show for us. Because when they say they hate each other from left and right and blue and red and all that stuff, when the cameras turn off, they're all walking around going, we got this, man. We got this. We still got the power. We still got the control. We still got all the money. We have jobs that only cost that pay us $200,000, but I have $10 million because I'm doing backdoor deals and all this shit. We let that happen. And until we change that, until we change them and we change each other, and when it gets back to us changing ourselves, until we change that, until we try to be positive about everything, not just raising our vibrations, but making change. Until we do that, then nothing will happen as long as we let them control us and we walk around going, I hate you and you hate me, and I got to blame you for this, and I hate you and you hate me, and all that stuff. And they're just watching us like we're down on the field and they're up in the balcony going, look what we're doing. They hate each other and all day long, and we're making it happen. But while we actually love each other, although we say we hate each other, but we don't. We love each other. But watch them. They're the ants, and we're the big giant bugs. And the big giant bugs are doing everything. And they're just letting it happen. We got to stop being the ants. We don't have to be ants. We can be big bugs too. And we can get rid of the big giant bugs and then go all be ants. And all the ants, what do? They work together for the common good. And we can work for the common good together too. But until we do it, until we stop blaming each other, just won't happen.
Yeah, yeah. We have to be able to.
I'm blessed to get on that network, and I'm gonna do everything I can every day. I've been working tirelessly every day for the past 2 weeks trying to create content because we have to have a show come out every week now. I used to do a show every 2 weeks. It's got to be every week now. So, and I have to hand them 8 shows a month. I gotta give them content and stuff like that, and just keep going and do whatever I can. But I don't mind doing that. But man, I'm tired, man. Like I said, I ride motorcycles. I rode my bike today. It's the first time I've done it in like 2.5 weeks because and when I get to ride it, man, I'm in the zone. I'm just loving life, but I have work to do, and I know I have work to do, and I know it's going to be hard, and I don't mind doing it. But as long as something comes from it where people are going to listen and they're going to pay attention and they're going to follow through with what I'm trying to tell them to do so they can get away from all this other crap, I mean, I did a video the other day called Heavenly Birthdays because people think if you wish them a birthday up in heaven, they're celebrating that. But no, that's for you because you want to hold on to the feelings that you miss about them and stuff like that. And then when you do that, you bring all this grief back into your life. They are fine. They are living a life uninterrupted. They are not suffering anymore. They're having great lives now. We need to let go of all that suffering and just know that we don't have to sit around. It's okay to miss them, but you're not here to mourn over them for the rest of your life because if you do that, you're not living the life that you're meant to live. Go on and do that. And when you get done here, you go home and hang out with them, and you'll never miss them ever again. So there's messages. I call it one thing, but I bring another message within it so they don't just focus on the one thing. The problem in this world is they want us to focus on one thing, and that's hating each other. And we are much more than that. And we can be much more than that, but we have to want to be that. I don't watch what's going on in the news because it's all about misery. It's all about the gloom and doom. Everything they tell you that's really going on out there. I live in a town that's got 44,000 people here. I live near Mexico, and everybody here does not hate each other. I see Mexican people all the time. You know what they are to me? They're just people. I don't hate them because they're trying to I don't hate them because they are trying to come here and have a better life. We used to have that here a long time ago. You remember, we were in school. You had the melting pot. They all came here, And they didn't have any papers and stuff like that, but we got it all figured out, and now we're all here. And people still keep coming here, try to do the same thing because we talk about the American dream, and they want that. But now we're going to prosecute them because they just came from somewhere else wanting what we have. Now I know there are some bad people.
They use other people to do it. Like
Yeah,
you call
and they
people
say there's all these other
illegal aliens.
there's all these rapists and murderers coming over. Well, guess what? We got rapists and murderers here. Come on.
Wow.
Why? They're just going to pit each other against each other until we, the rest of us, hate each other so much. We go back and we start annihilating each other. And that's what we do. We kill each other in the streets all the time. We don't have to. I'm going to kill you because you have on red and I have on blue. Really?
It's the same mentality. I'm not gonna lie.
Mentality.
Huh?
It's that mentality that we teach them.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is.
We're not breeding them into it. We teach them that.
I was in my mid-30s, and I have a next podcast that I'm gonna do probably this weekend with a guy named Mo. So there's a guy named Moses I met in the oil field, and there's a guy named Mo. Moses is a black guy. Mo is a white guy. Mo comes from Utah. Forget which kind of community you call it, but they can have more than one wife. I'm gonna bring him up. Yeah, they have several different wives, but
that's Mormon.
Mormon. He's a Mormon. Mo is a Mormon, and Moses. Forget what part of Africa he's from, but however, in the oil field, both of these guys own 18-wheelers that are in the oil field already. Great money. So I first worked with a guy named Tudor. He happened to be from Transylvania. I had what you call an oil spill for the first time in my life. It's when you work 18, 20 hours a day. And one of those times you think you're going to stay up late at night, you end up going to sleep and you wake up and oil shooting out the back of the truck, and it causes a pretty big spill. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it cost him a lot of money. So basically he didn't want to give me checks from me working 2 weeks. So it was about $9,000 the guy owed me. He says, you had an oil spill. I'm going to keep your check. I'm going to keep your check.
You know what I don't understand about that?
What's that?
They say when the oil comes out and it goes all over the place, it's polluting this place. Didn't it come from the ground?
It did.
So why is it polluting this place? They want you to believe it's polluting this place. It's just going to go just like people. You die, you get cremated, you go back into the earth, and then no.
Yeah, I 1000% agree. But I mean, now there are toxins that you could breathe in when they cap that oil that it could make you pass out, it could kill you instantly.
Yeah, you got that natural gas coming up and kill you.
Yeah. They call H2S.
Hey, guess what?
What's that?
You're gonna die anyway.
You're gonna die anyways. You're gonna have to die anyways. I mean, it couldn't be worse. They say make a lot of money, but at the end of the day, I have a podcast called "Why I'm Not Racist," or why I will never have these conversations that we have dealt with this whole time, because I never lived around a group of people that nobody looked like me. So this is the first time where I'm in a house where there's 6 white guys and it's one of me. After a guy from Transylvania, he didn't pay me. Then a black guy go work for him. I'm struggling to take care of my family. I'm going through probably the worst time in my life at this point in time. I run across a black guy with the name Moses. Moses is somebody that's in the Bible, but then I worked for him for 2 weeks, and he said, well, you didn't sign the contract, because I said I was going to go work with Mo because he was going to pay a bigger percentage and he had a more steady contract. So he got mad. He said, okay, I'm not going to pay you. Well, Moses ended up being in Montana, Billingsley, Montana, and he got hit by a train, but he didn't pay me either. And he ended up dying later. Mo, the white guy, man, he was always, if the truck broke down, whatever he went through, he still made sure he did the correct things. But he's profitable in life because he stayed who he was. I have not many problems in life because I don't look to get over on people. So it's totally about the person that you are. It has nothing to do with your skin complexion. any of these things. But it took for me to come out of my comfort zone and actually be put in certain situations to see that a lot of these stigmas that are put out there in the world are just not true. You have choices. You have choices, and it has nothing to do with a person's complexion. It's strictly based upon what you choose to do. It doesn't go further than that. But
yes.
With this saying that, I say, man, that there's definitely a life after this life, and what life we make it to is gonna be contingent on the sacrifices that we make. Somebody has told us that Jesus made all the sacrifices. That's nonsense. Like, there's so many sacrifices that we're gonna have to make through this walk if we don't want to come here and do it again. If we don't want to choose to do whatever again, there are a lot of hard choices and sacrifices that we make. The greatest thing about this life is you sacrificing the old you to become the new you.
Correct.
That's the greatest thing you can possibly do is sacrifice who I was 10 minutes ago to become a totally different person right now. As long as you continuously do that, you'll learn to vibrate. The Earth's vibration is rising. There's going to be a lot of people that are not going to make it the next 3 or 4 years. A lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy in the comments section, he's the same person he was 3 hours ago. So,
so
that
was changing. Daniel, I got somebody here too who wants to meet you. She's been wanting to speak to you for a second. You gotta get
come on in. See. I'm okay.
See, look, you gotta get here where he can see you. He can't see
you. You need to get out of the way, Key, so she can come up.
Here, look.
Hey, man. Key, I have that same chair.
Oh, real talk?
Yeah, I have that same chair in my bedroom at my computer because it's so comfortable. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm not too bad. I'm doing a lot better right now because you sat down and I've been looking at his face for a while. So yeah, I don't know what he's doing to have all these beautiful women around him, but he's doing something right. So yeah. Is there something you would like to ask me or you want to talk about?
I don't know. Do you see anything?
Do you want me to take a look around you? I can do that.
Sure.
I see there's a lady standing here with you. She's got glasses. She's got long curly hair. There's another woman standing here. There's a gentleman standing here with lots of very thick curly hair. He's got highlights in his hair, but it's very long. It hides his face. Not a concern with any of those there. I do see I see this red mist around you. The red mist around you is negative energy, but it's not being caused by you. It's caused by the people who are around you. And the reason I say that is because you have some people in your life that say that they are your friends, that don't actually treat you fairly and treat you kind of poorly, and they try to bring you down all the time because they talk down to you all the time. And you need to get them away from you because they're not helping you. They're not your friends. They're not being a positive force in your life, and you need to step away from those people. I do know that you need to stand up for yourself more in life. Again, these people who are trying to take advantage of you, you're just you don't say a lot towards it, but I know you can, you just don't. But I don't mean to say this where you need to tell them to get out of your face, but they don't need to get out of your face because you just need to walk away. You don't need to be around these people anymore because they just don't believe in you. You could believe in yourself. Um, you do have a little bit of a not bad, but a little bit of a trust issue with yourself, like a little bit of low self-esteem. Um, but you could do anything you want in this world. You just have to have trust and faith within yourself in order to do that. But when you constantly have all these people around you telling you that you're not going to go anywhere in this world, well, then you will believe it a little bit. And I want you to stop listening to them because they're not helping you. They are not your friends. No matter how much you think about them, they're not your friends. They're just not helping you. Um, oh, that's kind of strange. Um, so you do have two spirit animals that are here with you. Um, so when somebody goes on social media like Facebook or something like that, and they go, "Oh, let me put in my profile. It's going to tell me what my spirit animal is." That's a bunch of bullshit. It doesn't work. It's a bunch of lies. You don't need to do that. But you have a tiger here that's with you, and that's for strength. But you also have a deer here as well. Now the tiger I see, but he's actually behind the deer. He should be in front of the deer. Um, he's Yeah, he just I keep saying that the deer, and I keep saying because they're spirit, they can walk through each other, but the tiger keeps walking up, um, and but walking backwards all the time. And what that's telling me is you have a little bit of an issue with yourself with courage. Um, but again, I'm telling you, you can do anything that you want to, and no one else is going to be able to keep you from doing it. Who's going to keep you from doing it is you. You're not meant to just, you know, sit around and talk on the telephone and stare at a telephone all day and what do they tell me? You're meant to be, um, who was it? They're meant to be. Okay, so they're just telling me to tell you. Okay, so I don't want to hold it back. They're telling me that you're meant to be getting a job that's going to be working with children. You're going to be representing children because they can't do it themselves. They are telling me two separate positions that you could get. And if you go for them, it's going to happen, but you're going to have to do the work. And one, you could be a social worker for them, but two, you could get a law degree and be a lawyer for them and really help them. But you have to want to do it. But this is what you are meant to do. And anyone else that's going to tell you that you're meant to do something else, they don't know because they're not you. But you got to feel it in yourself. You got to get that courage within yourself to go out there and do it. Are you doing it to prove something to everybody else? No, because neither God nor Jesus feels you need to prove yourself to anybody. Why? Because they gave you your worth. So you don't have to prove yourself to anybody. You are good enough to do anything you want to, but you have to want to do it. But you got to get away from these people who are trying to, they say they're your friends, but I'm telling you, they just drag you down. They're just, they want you to be like them. And they themselves are doing that because they themselves don't have a life. And this is how they feel as though they have power for themselves, because if they can make you feel bad, that makes them feel good, like it's some sense of power they have over you. And that means nothing. You are much more than you know. But you got to believe in that. But I'm telling you, if you go out there, you can get yourself an education because they want an education, and you go out and get your education, and you can be a social worker, or I'm telling you could be a lawyer. And it's never too late. But if you do that, it's gonna take a lot of work. Just don't give up. Anything else you wanna know?
Mm, Um, I had a cousin pass away at the age of 19 many years ago. She had lupus. Does she
Yeah.
ever, is she ever around me? Because a lot of the times I feel like she is.
Let me ask why. So is she here for that? Is she even here with her? Did she cross over with? Uh, so so yes, she crossed over into heaven. Um, but is she actually here with her? And is that the reason why? Okay, so this is big picture stuff because she had your back.
That I know. We was very close.
Sorry, that's just they're putting that emotion in me. It's just I'm crying like crazy. She had your back. She still wants to have your back. She went home because it was time to her for her to go home. That's just it. We can make an excuse for it, but it was time for her to go home, and she did. She doesn't have to come back. We keep coming back over and over again, but she's fulfilled her purpose, and then she just went because that's the way it was time for her to go home. There's no God calls your soul to go home to heaven. That's it. You just go. The soul will take over the body, and it will get out of here because it's meant to go home. Everyone's going to go, but she's here again. She's here because she's here with you because she asked to be what is called a spirit guide. Everyone has them. You already have two. You have a man who's with you and a woman who's with you. It's for masculine type decisions and feminine type decisions and nurturing type decisions and all that stuff. And they help you. Everything you wake up in the morning, you say, "Oh, I'm gonna go get some breakfast here," or something like that. That's them guiding you to go do that. Whether or not you pay attention and listen and go, "Well, maybe I'm gonna talk myself out of it." That is your ego coming in and doing that, but you don't have to listen to that. When it tells you to do something, just go do it. She's here to do that for you. She's a spirit guide. Do you know how often that happens? Like that? It doesn't. It just doesn't. Doesn't happen that often. But she's here because she felt as though she wanted to be here longer as a person, but since she wasn't meant to do that, she's doing it in another way. That's why you feel her around her, but you don't just feel her around her. She has things happen that would you see things that remind you of her. It's a sign that comes through. She is doing it. She is connecting with your soul and getting your body to turn around and notice it. And when you notice it, you know it's her. She is trying to get you to listen, to pay attention what those signs are telling you. If you're seeing those signs and you're seeing it a lot, and it's because something you're doing, she's letting you know that you're on the correct path. You're in the right moment, and it's something that's good. When negative stuff comes in and someone else could, don't go here. We're going to go do this and that. And that. You should do that instead. Don't do what you want to do. We want you to do this, and you go ahead and follow and do what they do. You're not going to see those signs because you're not doing the things that you're meant to do. But she wants you to get back on track of doing the things that you're meant to do. And she's going to be with you for the rest of your life, guiding you to stay on that correct path, to stay away from all the negativity and do the things in your life that she is trying to guide you to do. And you feel them inside of you. You feel like you want to do something else. And it's a gut feeling that says, I got to go here. I got to go there. And when you get those gut feelings, that's her connecting with your soul. And that's why you feel it. When we get something called goosebumps, because you hear a song and it's like, "Oh, I love that song and I get goosebumps from it." That's your soul coming through. It's not nerves, it's your soul coming through. When you get those gut feelings, that's them connecting with your soul to get you to do good things, and you have to pay attention to it. When you get a gut feeling that says to go do something, do it. When you get a gut feeling that says, "Don't do this," don't do it, because they're trying to keep you from getting into something that could be worse or detrimental to your health or life or something like that. But she's trying to keep you in the right space, in the right track, for the biggest reason of all. She wants you to get done what you're meant to do, learn your lessons, but she wants you to fulfill your purpose where, like I said, you're going to be either the social worker or a lawyer. You could do that. But even any job that you could do that is going to help children, it's going to put you in a place because you're going to be not just helping these children because you're going to get paid for it. You're going to help them because you know it's the right thing to do. And when you do that, that's what's gonna get you your ticket home to go home to heaven and stay there and not have to come back again. I mean, you've been here oh, it's kinda low. You've been here 26 times, not too bad. Uh, don't make it number 27, and that's what she's trying to help you to do. It's not about like I said, it's not about, "I'm gonna get this high-paying job so I can drive, a BMW, or I can drive, I can have, 10 gold watches that sit in boxes while you're out doing something else." Because what is it then? It's just a gold watch sitting in a box. Who gives a shit about that? It's it's not those things aren't important. It's what you do in this world that is important. It's how you walk around this world and treat people and try to get people not just to like you because just because you want them to like you, because they're gonna like you because 'cause you're a good person. And when you do that, you're trying to help them to be good people and trying to help them to figure out situations that they can't figure out. When you're doing that, when you're doing it so much that it makes you feel good inside and you get chills about, I just did something really good and I just helped somebody. When you do that, that's what's going to get you that golden ticket home. And she is trying to help you to do that. And she's going to be here with you the rest of your life. So, what I want you to do at that point is, I want you to start talking to her. I mean, I get in touch. I already know you do. You talk to her like she's here. Because when you feel her around you, you start talking to her. And I'm telling you, you're not crazy. She's around you. And when you talk to her, she hears everything you say. You could travel from where you are to 3 hours away. She didn't go anywhere. She's just with you all the time, helping you to make better decisions for yourself. But you can talk to her in a way where you could get an actual message that you need an answer for. I use this analogy for everybody. If you needed to go buy a car and you said, okay, I like this car over here. It's red. I love that red car. It's beautiful. I want to get that car. Ask your cousin. Ask her, should I buy this car? Is this the right car for me to get? And even though you want it real bad, and if it's not the right car, don't go buy it just because you want it real bad, because she will show you signs, whatever it is that you see that you're picking up on, and you know this is her doing it, because I'm telling you, it's her doing it. When you see those signs and you go, all right, she's around me. Should I buy this car? And if you start seeing those signs all the time and you get the signs all the time, that means go buy the car. What it doesn't mean is, well, I got the money for the car, and I want to get the car, but I'm going to take some of that money and I'm going to go buy some jewelry too. No. If you ask a specific question for a specific thing and she gives you the answer, it means that. If you try to change it around because we like to use our ego and change it around because we think it's going to make it better, it's not going to go better. It's going to go bad eventually. And then she's going to be like, she didn't listen to me. Told her what to do, but she used her ego again. No, don't use your ego. Let that shit go. It's not important. And she tells you to go get the car, go get the car. And then when you get the car, you're going to go, man, this car was right for me. It never breaks down. I never get flat tires. How come everybody else is having flat tires and all that bullshit? And I'm not. Because she got you the right car that you needed to have. because it didn't break down on you, and you needed it was getting you where you needed to be. And when you follow that all the time, then you can ask her questions for anything, but you have to take the time to do it. You have to sit there and go, "I wanna do this. Should I do it?" And if you get a bunch of signs if you get the signs, that means do it. If you get nothing, it's that simple, it means don't do it. It's that simple. They make it that simple because that's the only way that they can communicate with us now, because it's not always that easy to get a voice to come into your head, because when you got all these things going on in your head all the time and all this people around you, cloud and everything, we want them to just talk to us, but if we got all this mess going on, we can't hear them. So they do other things. Hopefully she'll pick up this sign, and if she sees that one, she pays attention to it. If you see what we call the angel numbers, where you see 1111 or 222 or 333, that's letting you know you're in the right place at the right time. If you're seeing it 2 or 3 or 4 times in a row all the time, that's letting you know you're in the right place, and keep doing whatever it is that you're doing. When you stop seeing them and you don't see them for a month or 2, that means you're not doing the correct things. You're on the incorrect path, which will also can lead you home to heaven, but what it will do is bring you back here and do this all over again. And the next time you come back here, there might not be cars and computers and telephones. I mean, you've been here 26 times. You've been here before cars and telephones and all running water was here. You just lived life that way, but the next time if you have to come back again, I'm telling you, it ain't going to be easy here. It's going to be a struggle, and you don't want to have to do that. So when you get the signs, listen to what they're telling you. If you have to, write it down. If you have a dream and she comes in your dream, anytime they are in your dream, you can do one of 2 things. You can listen to the dream and what they tell you. When you wake up, you write it down, if you can remember it. Or if you actually wanted to see her again in person, but she's a different person now, but in person, she has to be standing right next to you in order to come in your dream. You could wake yourself up and see her. You're only going to see her for a split second, but you'll see her. But why would you want to do that when you can have that dream and talk to her and do all the things in the dream and she's trying to bring you a message about something? When they can do that, then do that and pay attention to it, write it down. It's going to make sense eventually. And maybe that's another way that she can tell you, this is what you need to look out. Look out for these types of people. Look out for this job. They're trying to screw you over. Get away from that. They can do that for us, but until we learn how to listen, trust, and follow through with what they're trying to tell us to do, it's not going to mean anything. So everything that she's trying to guide you towards, that's what you need to do. But she's going to be here with you until the day that you actually die. Because when you leave here, you do die. Let me ask you something. Yeah, you ain't dying for a long time, so you better get used to being here. So I mean, you're going to be old. So, I mean, I don't know if I was that handsome when I was young, but I'm getting old and this shit's going away. And eventually it does. So I'm just some old fucking old guy. So 57, but I look old as shit. My wife is 5 years older than me and she's 62 and I look older than her. But anyway, so you get on down the road, it's going to mean something. Might not mean anything now, but it's going to mean something later. And then later you're going to figure out and go, I'm here now because I took the right steps. It wasn't easy, but she was trying to tell me where to go. And everything became a stepping stone of doing something more and something more and something more. And I kept seeing the signs. It did mean something. It took a long time. But again, life's not meant to be easy. If it was meant to be easy, why would you be here? Wouldn't be worth living if it's going to be easy. There's no going to Staples and get that easy button and go, okay, everything's easy. It doesn't work that way. We have to work through it. And they're going to help us, but they're not going to make it like a riddle. It's not going to be like that. It's not some puzzle. They want to help us as much as they can, but we have to listen to what they say. And then we have to trust that what they're saying is going to help us, and then we have to follow through with doing it. She wouldn't be here trying to help you for no reason. She's trying to help you for a good reason, but you gotta listen, and you gotta listen to her more than you gotta listen to these other people who are trying to drag you down, because she's in a good place. She ain't struggling. She's living life uninterrupted. But what I find is fun is good. She coulda went to heaven and stayed there and did that, and not bothered with anybody else, and not bothered with you. But she chooses to be here with you. And if I don't know of a higher honor than that. Instead of being in heaven, she's there sort of, but she's here with you instead, trying to help you get through this life and make better choices. I can't see anything better than that. You're getting direct heaven help from heaven because she felt that you needed it and she wants to be with you. But when it is your time to go, you're going to see her directly in front of you, like me, like you see me right now. When you see her in front of you like that again, you're going to know you're checking out. But she's going to tell you it's okay. Don't be afraid to die. It's going to happen whether you like it or not. But you don't need to be afraid of it because it's just going to happen when it's meant to happen. I'm just getting touched. No, it's just not meant to happen for a long time. So, I mean, if you really wanted to know how long you're going to live, I could tell you because I already know. But if that's going to make a difference to you or not, I don't know. You could just do like everybody else does and just do the best you can to get through your life and not worry about it because there's nothing to worry about. It's just going to happen. But it's not going to happen for a long time. You are going to witness a lot of things in this world, good things, but you're going to witness a lot of things that you just don't want to see and you don't want to be part of. But you can choose not to be part of it if you don't want to. Like I said, I don't have to watch the news because just don't have to, and I don't. I haven't watched it in 7 years. I just don't, because it doesn't tell me anything good. It just tells gloom and doom, and everybody's killing each other and hating each other, and they're having riots all over the place and whatever. They can have riots because I'm not going to go where the riots are. And if I see a riot happening, I'm going to go the other way because I don't want to get involved. There could be shooting going on. I can go the other way. I don't want to be involved. Fighting and hating on each other. I don't want to be involved. I want to be doing good things. I have better things to do than mess with all that shit. And I have better things to do with a bunch of people who want to tell me I'm not doing what I'm doing and what I'm just trying to do is help people. I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, yeah, I see a lot of dead people walking around. I see angels and all that stuff, and they tell me how to help people. They're not telling me to just focus on them. They're telling me to focus on themselves to get to be better people. That's the point of it. People just want to focus on all the dead people I see. So, but I don't ever not see them ever. And when you wake up and when you're in my dark room, when I keep my bedroom dark, and all you see is 100 people standing there, and then I walk outside out of that room, and I still see them. So people say they want my gift, they want my ability. They just want the cool part. They don't want everything else. So I try to give them some hope, some peace of mind, some clarity, and I try to give them some direction in their lives so they don't have to worry about all the other shit that that's going on around them. They don't have to worry about the shit that I'm seeing all day long. And I'm just trying to help people as much as I can, but they have to want to listen. You have to want to listen. You have to do something with it. But whether you do something with it or not, I won't know. I just have to hope that you will. But it's up to you. But I'm telling you, she's here. So I wanna ask you, I mean, you love her, don't you?
Mhm. I miss her a lot.
Do you wanna disappoint her?
No, when she was here, she was literally my ride and die, my ride or die.
And if
Um,
she was that for you and you don't wanna disappoint her then, don't do it now either, okay? Because she
so
came here to be with you.
when you say it's a long time that I'm gonna be here, is it 80s or 90s?
80s.
80s.
You want an exact, year? Want me to tell you?
Sure.
82. 82, you're checking out. By the time you're 80, life will be should I say the other one? By the time you're 80, life will be difficult at best. You'll be old, and your body will start breaking down. Um, it will be breaking down by the time you are 78. By the time you are 80, you will be in what we consider in a wheelchair. Not because it's your legs, correct? Yeah, I'm getting a no for the legs. It's just your body. It'll be just worn down. You have that's what it is. Um, you'll have heart issues. You're going to experience that when you are 53. You're gonna know about it. You're gonna take medicine for it. Um, by the time I said, like, the time you get into your 70s, it's going to affect your mobility, and you're gonna have trouble with it. By the time you're 78, you're really gonna feel it. By the time you're 80, you're gonna be in a wheelchair. You'll spend 2 years in a wheelchair, and then that'll be it, and you're out. You can do the best you can to keep quality of life, and that's up to you. I mean, from what I can see from here, you're about this big around, so, but, don't get this big around 'cause I'm telling you, it's like, people go out I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, no tattoos, none of that stuff. Tattoos, you leave here and you go home, they don't go with you. Spirit don't have tattoos, so why waste your time and money? It doesn't help you. You're not gonna walk around after that first couple months and still be going, "Look at my tattoo." It's just gonna be there. Who cares? No one cares. Uh, when it comes to drinking, we think we're indestructible when we're young, and we can go out and do anything we wanna do. No, because that will affect you later on. Perfect example, you take a cucumber, you take a glass of vinegar, you peel that cucumber because our skin peels away. You put that in the vinegar, and then about 6 months later to a year, you have a pickle. You go out and drink all the time, it's gonna make you like a pickle, and it's gonna ruin your insides. And then all the medical problems that you have, even the ones you have later, there are gonna be certain ones you're gonna have because your body's gonna break down. If you heighten that by all the shit that you do to yourself, you have no one to blame but yourself. Why am I having these pains? What's going on here? What's going on there? What the fuck's going on with me all the time? Well, you did that to yourself. You went out and partied your ass off, and you went out and drank your ass off, and you did all this other extracurricular activity, your ass off, and then what happens when you're in the 70s? Your ass starts literally falling off, and you start falling apart. Worse than just the natural progression. because no one lives to be 150 years old. Besides, at that point, it's really gonna hurt to pee, and who wants to be here for that? So, but you are gonna have some difficulty in your life, but that's just because your body gets older. But do you wanna make it more difficult? You can laugh, it's okay, I get it. But you can make it more difficult, and you're gonna make it more difficult by the things that you do and the way that you treat that body, because that body's perfect. God made it perfect. Now, sometimes we have bodies that are what we call disabled and stuff like that, but it's just that's the way that one's meant to be, because the soul that's inside of it needs to learn that lesson for that. But it's gonna be like anyone else, they're just gonna live and die. Everyone does. Doesn't make a difference. Doesn't not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. You're just gonna die when your time to go is, but doesn't make you any better or any special than anyone else. You're just getting out of here when you go, and so let it go. But you can make it worse, and you don't wanna make it worse. I'm diabetic. I go to an eye doctor every 4 months because the capillaries in the back of my eye, you can't see them, but they're little blood coming out of them, and he has to stop that from happening so that my eyes won't fill up with blood, and then I'll go blind. You know how he stops it? I go in, they numb up my eye, they put this thing on my eye, they keep it wide open, he comes in and sticks a fucking needle in my eyeball. Yes, that's the look. You remember that saying, "Cross your heart and hope to die, stick a needle in your eye"? I don't say that shit no more because he sticks the needle in my eye every 4 months. Now, I just went to him a couple weeks ago, and he said, "Your eyes are good, you don't have to come back for 6 months." But I'm still gonna have to go back, and I know he's gonna do it. And it's painful. It's painful afterwards because after that numbing stuff wears out, my eye, I have it's like I have a headache inside my eyeball. It's the weirdest feeling in the world. And then my eye is hurting because he put that needle in my eye and moved it all around and put all this medicine in there. And then because they had to dilate my eyes, I can't see until the next morning because everything is like, and I have to wear sunglasses the whole entire time, and I don't go outside because the sun is killing my eyes. And that's because I'm diabetic. But I'm just diabetic, and I do the best I can to take care of myself. But sometimes shit just does happen. And you just decide if you're just gonna get through it or you're not. And I just wanna be able to see, because why wouldn't I wanna be able to see and sit here and look at a really good-looking girl? So, because there's nothing wrong with that. Look at that smile. I mean, holy shit. So, you know, see how much you're shining right there? See how much you're glowing right there? Let everybody else see that. Don't let anybody else hold you down, because you don't have to let them do it. The only reason it's happening is because you're letting them do it. So don't let go of those people. My sister, I don't talk to my sister anymore. I haven't talked to her in a year and a half because I got sick and tired of her calling me a piece of shit to my brothers, and then her talking about my 2 brothers and telling me how much of a piece of shit they are. They're not. It's her. She just wants to moan and bitch about everything because there's some people in this world who just want to bitch about everything and don't care about anything else. So I just stopped talking to her. I don't have to talk to her, I just don't. And I cut that out of my life. You can do the same. We can all do the same, but we have to wanna do it. When you get rid of all that shit, I don't think about her, I don't care about her, I miss the old person she was, the younger version, but she's not that person anymore. Until she changes that, I can't do anything about it, and I know she's not gonna change, so I'm not worried about it. I live my life. I care about what I do and how I affect everyone around me, and trying to help everybody I can, not what she's doing. I only bring her up in this kind of conversation to make an example to show people you can get away from it, but you gotta want to, and if you don't want to, I can't help you from there. I just tell you what you need to do. Anything else you wanna know?
Am I gonna win the lottery?
Yeah, they don't care about money. So, you may win the lottery in a different kind of way. I'm doing a podcast. I do my own show. It's called Beyond the Veil with Daniel Jackson. Me. That's how I started because I'm goofy like that. And I bring people on and I talk about spiritual things and things that they do. And I've been doing it for 3 years. And sure, I would love to win the lottery, but I was on a show 2 years ago, and the guy who was on the show has a network he's creating, and he's got a big guy. He's got lots of money to bring in, and it's going to be a streaming network. It's going to be on TV. And the one guy said, "Hey, we need people who got some really good talent. We need this people to listen to. Who do you got?" And he said, "Oh, I got this guy named Daniel Jackson. Bring him in. I need to have a meeting with him." Had a meeting with him. 10 minutes later, I want this guy. Now he's got this guy. And now I get to do that. Is that winning the lottery? Am I going to make lots of money? I don't know. But I've always wanted to have a show where I could put this message out that I have, these messages out that I have that they keep telling me to put out there. And I can put this out and it can go out through the entire world. All they got to turn on is their TV and click on one of those apps that's on the TV, and they can find this network because that's what they're looking for. So they flip through channels and they go, "Oh, hey, check out this guy. He's going to talk about angels and stuff and aliens and stuff like that. Let's click on it." And it could be anywhere in the world, all around the world. And all they have to do is click on it. That's winning the lottery to me, because I will get my message out through the entire world. And all they have to do is, point, shift, and click. That's it. It's like a rock band getting a contract, and now they can tour throughout the world. I won't have to tour throughout the world. I'll sit right here and do it from my home, but everyone can see me. And maybe the person who is seeing me from 10,000 miles away will understand what I'm talking about. They will get my message, and they will do something with their lives and change it. That's winning the lottery to me. And no amount of money can replace that. I don't need, I always tell people, I don't need 6 cars and 7 houses and 10 boats. I just need to be able to feel centered and balanced and be able to have food to eat and stuff like that. And as long as we're paying the bills, I'm okay with that. I don't need to go out and buy all these cars and drive around and have tinted windows, although you have to have tinted windows here in Arizona because the sun's so freaking bright. But I don't have to do it because I'm trying to be cool. I'm just trying to be cool where I'm not hot, But I don't know. I look in the mirror. I think I'm pretty hot. I don't know. Whatever. My wife thinks so. But yeah, I'm doing this to help. Smile again. I got jokes. I'm doing this to help as many people as I can. And if I can go out and do that in a way that I'm not doing it now, if I'm just reaching 100 people here and there and stuff like that, great. And I'm okay with that too. But now I get to go out and be on TV. I mean, this fucking face is going to be on TV. So, but it's not that part that I want. I just want to be able to reach as many people as I can. If I can reach all these people, millions of people, if they want to buy a T-shirt with my face on it, go right ahead. But I'm not going out there trying to sell T-shirts, I mean, I'm a medium. That's what I call myself. If they want to buy a T-shirt that says, "I'm not an extra large, I'm a medium," because they think it's funny, whatever. But as long as they get what I'm trying to bring across, as long as they get the message, as long as they can implement it into their lives to make themselves, to be the better version of themselves while trying to help other people to do the same thing, that's winning the lottery to me. Maybe you get a really good job later on down the line because you followed through. That's the lottery. People who win the lottery usually go broke after winning the lottery because they don't know what it's like to have all that money. And they just go out and spend it frivolously, not thinking about the ramifications of now you got to pay taxes on that. When you win the lottery, if you win $50 million, $30 million of that will go to taxes. They take that right away from you. So now you get 20 million. And then you start paying off your bills because everybody does. And then you start buying a bunch of shit. And then you buy this big giant house. And now that you have this big giant house, now you have to pay more property tax on that house, and now that puts you in a different tax bracket, so now you're paying more personal taxes. You'll blow through that $20 million in about 2 years. And then what will you have? Because everything you have now costs more and you can't pay for it anymore, and then they will just take it away and you'll be back to where you started. No, I don't see that as winning the lottery. You'll probably go into debt because of it, because you never hear from them again. Why? Because you think they're going to go out and do all these wonderful things. They lose it. But it's meant to be that way. So you don't pay attention to what's actually going on in this world and trying to make that a different place. I mean, these football players, basketball players, it looks like they're having a great time, but I always see them getting in trouble and getting arrested all the time because they don't realize the power they have and they abuse it. It's like Spider-Man, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, and they don't have any responsibility on anything. And they don't know how to manage that. So they go out and do whatever they want to, and then they get in trouble for it. No. You see some people who are doing good, you know. I mean, look at Michael Jordan, man. That guy's doing good. You know, he's trying to help people. But a lot of them, they just don't because they don't know how to do it because they've never had that kind of money before, and they don't know how to work it. They think it's all about them, and it's not. Winning the lottery is not about you getting a bunch of money and just spending it on you. It's about what you do with that money and how you help other people with it. Because you can still have a lot of it, but you could take some of it and help some people who really need it more than you do because they're starving and they're living on the street and they don't have any heat and they don't have any, they don't have anything. So do you really need all those gold chains and lavish cars and homes and all that stuff while they're still living on the street? No. That's what we're meant to do. We're meant to take care of everybody so no one's starving and no one's having famine and no one's living out on the street and freezing and then too hot and all that stuff. We could do it. We just don't. But if you could do it as an individual, why wouldn't you? But everybody wants to walk around and pat themselves on the back and tell everybody, look how good I am. Oh, I just donated a bunch of money. Look how good I am. The people who do the most in this world, you don't hear about them. You know why? Because they don't need to be patted on the back all day long. They don't need to be standing in front of a camera going, let me take a picture of myself. And let me take a picture of myself. And how many fucking pictures you need to take yourself? Well, I got to figure out, yeah, that's the same guy. I don't care if you take 1,000 pictures. You're still the fucking same person I saw in the first picture. And if you're doing that, well, then you got a self-esteem problem because you need everybody to tell you how wonderful you are when you're already wonderful. And if you know that you're already wonderful, you won't need to take 1,000 selfies on Facebook all day long because it's not important. It's just not. But in the sense, no, you're not going to win the lottery. So don't play any tickets because you're not going to win anything.
It was really a joke, but
Yeah, but I made it. But I made a point.
I'm a very, very simple girl. Like I don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at you right now. You have what I call natural beauty.
Thank you.
You're just already beautiful. You don't have to put on a bunch of highlights. You don't have to put so much makeup on that you look like a freaking clown. You might as well put the big shoes on too and walk around with a horn in your hand. You don't have to do any of that. Look at that smile. Jesus. No. You are beautiful because there's more to you than what's in here. It's what's on the inside. And that's what comes out. That's what's coming through, making you the person that you are. Because you get it. You don't need a whole bunch of stuff. Because the stuff doesn't have any value. The value is you. That's where it's at. If you want to go out and get a cool car, I mean, I have a cool truck. It's a Jeep Gladiator. It's black, but it says Lucifer on the side because I want everybody to know that there's no such thing as a devil because there isn't. But and when they see that, they come up to me and want to talk to me about it, and that gives me a platform to talk to them about it. Archangels told me to do that, and that's why I do it. and I get to talk to a lot of people about it. So, yeah, but I'm not driving around and go, "Hey, look how cool I am," and stuff like that. I did lift the truck up because somebody said, "Well, if you want the right look for that truck, to even it out, you lift it up and it'll even out." And I said, "Okay." And I did that, 2 inches. Now I'm old, and now it's a hard time for me to get up in that fucking truck. So how did it help me? It didn't fucking help me. You know, now I got this handle and I gotta hold on here and I gotta lift myself up and I'm losing muscle mass in my hands. You can see they're getting look like they're skinny and stuff like that. I'm losing muscle mass because of diabetes. I have neuropathy from here down, so my grip is horrible. I mean, look at my hand. So it's hard for me to hold on to things and trying to pick myself to get up in that thing. I'm like, oh goddamn! I hope I don't squeeze myself and shit myself. And yeah, so yeah, it's not always about appearances, you know, and you know that. I mean, because look at yourself. You got it going on. So, and that's going to stay with you for a while, but eventually it's going to change. Then you get old like me and you get all these fucking wrinkles and shit. And I gotta, I mean, look, super white and super white ain't no fun because I live out here in Arizona. There's no humidity, but it's fucking hot. Okay. And I live in the lower part. I live near Mexico. I go to Mexico to get my medications because it's cheaper here than it is in America. But the sun, I'm 4,500 feet up in elevation where I have mountains around me. I go outside my front door and there's mountains right there. They're just beautiful. But we're up in elevation means I'm closer to the sun than everybody else. When that sun's coming down, you don't sweat, but it beats down on you and it will take the energy out. If you're not drinking water all the time, you'll pass out. It's bad, but see all that city light and all that stuff behind you. I don't see none of that. I look out and I can see hundreds of miles away, and I see desert and mountains, and it's just the most beautiful scenery. There's only 44,000 people in my town. There's no traffic. Traffic here is 3 cars in front of you, and there's no freaking traffic. Highway is 75 miles an hour. You go to Texas, it's 85 miles an hour, but there's no traffic around here. I can go up to Tucson and go up to Phoenix. There's no traffic getting there. It's wonderful. And we moved down here from the East Coast, and I came out here, and there was a million people in the state of Delaware. And that state, you can actually fit in the county I live about 3 times, and there's a million people out here. There's only 100,000 people in my county, so never any traffic. I go to a restaurant, there's never a fucking line, nothing. You walk in and you just go in. So, and I don't have to deal with all these people here are nice. How are you doing? I'm good. How are you doing? Good. And the people just talking to each other, and they're just so nice and courteous and open doors for you. It's crazy out here how wonderful it is out here. I will never go back to that city shit again because that's just too much. I've been to New York, man. It fucking stinks over there. It smells like a combination of popcorn and cigarettes and hot dogs. It's just, ugh. And you just feel it on you. You walk around, it just feels like you're swimming through mud. Yeah, just, I don't know. I just don't like it. But yeah, it's just too much. I like it here. It's quiet here. But it's the Wild West out here, too, because everybody carries a gun. Everybody does. You don't ever not see guns on people. It's crazy. And that's why the crime rate over here is only like 9 or 12%. It's low because no one wants to take a chance of getting shot. No one. So, yeah. But your life can be what you want it to be. You just have to choose that for yourself. But if you don't want to choose it, everything that comes to you and happens to you is because you made the choice to have that happen. That's it. People just don't realize that. When they start to realize it, then they'll learn to let all that shit go. Or maybe they won't. That's their lesson to learn. Anything else?
No. Thank you
Good.
so
I got to
much.
get out of here, man. It's getting late.
Yeah,
I've been
you've
on
been
here for
so much.
I've been on here for 4 hours. Holy shit. Yeah. Something like that. I think.
So you got a question? Shit, you got one. You got
Are those things heavy? Are those things heavy? Are those earrings? Are they heavy?
Oh no, they're very light. When I
Are
had my
they?
second daughter, she pulled on my earring and stretched my ears, so I can't even wear heavy earrings.
Ah,
They are very, very light. I usually wear studs. This is not my usual, but I was just trying something different.
don't ever do those gauge things where they make your earlobes real big
Oh,
because once you take them out, they don't go back and you'll have to get them cut off. They'll cut
yeah.
your earlobes off. So yeah, stay away from that. How old is your daughter?
She's 13 now.
Holy shit. How old are you?
42.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I have a 21-year-old too.
Oh my God. Jesus. I'm telling you, go back to school. Telling you. I don't know what kind of water you're drinking over there, but holy shit. You bottle it up, you send it out here because I need that youth water because Jesus Christmas. I mean, I'm 57. I mean, look at me. I look like I'm 50 fucking 7. You look like you're in your 20s. So
I get that all the time.
yeah, I mean, do you still get carded and all that bullshit?
Yes.
Fucking people, I'll tell you. Yeah, man. I don't get carded because I don't buy any liquors. I don't drink anything. I gave that up years ago. But geez Louise, I mean, I don't know what you're taking a bath in, but keep doing it because, geez. I mean, yeah. There's 3, 3 words that go along with what you got going on. Boom, shaka, laka.
Ah, you're funny.
There's 2 other words. Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, come on, look at you. Look in the mirror. What's wrong with that? Nothing. I
Well,
mean,
thank you so
it
much.
it might fade, but shit, it ain't gonna fade that much. I mean, shit, you're the epitome of a MILF. Come on. He knows what I'm talking about. He can hear it. Yeah. You know what? You look great as long as you feel great. You go through life. You do the best you can. I'm telling you, it's children you're going to have to help. 'Cause that's what you're really meant to do. So get on that track. It's never too late. I went back to school to do medical records. I worked in prison for 6 years, and I did that when I was 42. I had to do that because I had a job where I worked on doing driving forklifts, and I had to do someone else's job that day who had to go home, and I had to do his job. And a guy picked up 2 pallets of frozen chicken, and he put it down, and they dropped, and the boxes of chicken, frozen chicken, fell on top of me. And then I went to work on my motorcycle, and I left in an ambulance, and then I had to go to therapy for 4 years. I had to walk with a cane for 2 years. I was fucked up, but I didn't give up. I couldn't. There was something inside of me telling me to keep on going, and I did. And I went back to school and got this certificate, and then I got a job in prison, which wasn't all that great, but it led me to meeting my wife, and we've been together for 10 years, and it's great. Now I did meet her online on a dating site, and I did meet a lot of other women. I met somewhere between 3 and 400 women. I mean, my beard was a different color, and I had a little bit. I have hair. I just shave it off. But I mean, I'm not horrible looking, but I'm funny as fuck.
You are funny.
Yeah, and my wife married me because she said I make her laugh, and I still do. When you can have that kind of relationship where you're laughing all the time, you're communicating, you're talking to each other, things will be good. Now, I'm not going to say that I don't enjoy looking at my wife's fat ass because I do.
Mm.
You know, because I mean, I'm all about the bass, no trouble. But yeah, but it's the person who she is on the inside. That's what I love most about her. And when you can find that, what else is there? I don't need to go anywhere else. I don't need to step out on her because, I have her. Anyone else isn't going to do for me what she does for me. And it's not just the physical stuff, it's everything. I had to have my gallbladder out. It went pretty bad. And she was going down the road, had to go back to another town 30 miles away to get medicine for me because she couldn't get it in that town that late at night. And then she took care of me while I was bedridden for 2 weeks and lost 20 pounds and couldn't take a shit for 3 days. But then when it started, I couldn't stop for 7 days. And then, so it was bad. And she took care of me because that's what you do. You take care of each other. If you care about each other, you'll just do it. And she does it. She takes care of me. And I do this. I do interviews and I do this stuff. And she does all the IT work and does all the mixing and putting all the editing and all that stuff. When I go and do readings for people, I sit in a chair. She sets up the booth. She doesn't want me to touch anything because she says I fuck shit up and whatever. And then she does all that stuff. And I go sit in the chair. She takes care of the people and getting them and gets the money. And I don't charge that much anyway. And then she sits them down in front of me and I sit in front of them and I give them a reading. And I'm able, the last time I did that, I did 18 people in a row. And I helped every one of them. I had a bunch of them come up in front of me and they didn't even say anything to me. And I held their hand. I was like, holy shit, why are you coming in front of me? And she was like, I don't know. I said, what do you mean by that? I said, you don't need to come in front of me because I know you have the same ability as I have. And you see spirit and you're getting messages and all that stuff. And she said, how the fuck did you know that? I said, because you're talking to the fucking medium. That's how I know that. And you have it too. And she said, I don't know what to do with it. And I helped her with it. And I get to do that. And when I get to do that, and I was doing all these people in a row, I get to do that because my wife is doing everything else for me so I can do that. When you have that kind of relationship and you have that kind of support in your life, you don't need all that other shit. It's not important. You go out and find that. But there ain't nothing wrong with little, So you do it while you can because eventually you're gonna get old as shit and that shit's gonna go away. And all you have left is each other. And again, what's wrong with that? Nothing. You want to step out on somebody, but then get the fuck out of that relationship and go be with somebody else. But I guarantee it ain't gonna be as good as you think it's gonna be. Greener and the grass is greener. Sometimes that grass is greener because it's sitting on top of shit that keeping it growing. No. You got something good, you keep it. If you got something that's not good, get out of it. Because your soul is telling you to get out of it, but people stick around too long. But if you got something good, stick with it. We good?
We good.
All right. Are you
Thank
good?
you so much. I'm good.
Good. Good. I got to get the hell out of here because I got to eat some pizza and go to bed.
He said pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to have some Little Caesars pizza. Yeah. What happened to Little Caesars? It used to be pizza. Now they get one pizza. What the fuck happened there? Bullshit.
He say for real. All right, Daniel King, man. I appreciate you, man. It's been a heck of a ride here tonight.
It has been. It has been.
It has been.
Now, next time we do this, if that other guy comes back in here, I ain't saying shit to him.
No, man, I'm gonna have to block him out. I figured out how to do it later on, but that definitely was a.
Is he? So do you don't have him on Facebook or anything, do you?
I know who he is on Facebook. I know who he is.
So if he's on for like Facebook, you can go into his page and you see where those little dots are. And you click on that and it brings down a list and it says block. And he can, and if you're on Facebook, you can block him from there, but you can do the same thing on here too.
Oh, yeah. I seen it where in the comments, I can do it now. Yes. That happens like that again. I had to, because it definitely, it definitely was a lot of time wasted just by even seeing those comments pop up. Yeah,
Yeah,
I definitely.
and I try to do my best to help and to try to answer the questions when they ask me, but when I give them an answer and they just keep and they don't wanna hear it,
It was a
and they just wanna
distraction.
blame me for everything, I can't help
It
them.
it
So, but
it
I
it,
keep trying.
it
Did
was
you
it
notice
was a,
did you
yeah.
notice I just kept trying?
Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping you ignored them after a while. I was like, no, just don't look at them. I wish I could turn the comments off, but then that's when I learned how to block and stop the
Yeah.
comments. Yeah,
I just
but
I don't wanna give up on nobody, man.
no, but with that situation, he is a person that was he's from Africa, Sierra Leone, and I forget how he ended up in America, but
Well,
there's
he
a
could
lot of
always go
problems.
back. He could
Yeah,
always
I mean, there's a lot of problems there
yeah,
where there's a lot of problems there too.
yeah,
Um,
there's problems
but
everywhere, ain't
but
there?
they look at the problems. I mean, so the way the world puts it, those problems take place because they didn't take place until white people came to this certain place. So
Right,
this is the speech and the things until you realize that, like I say, it took gang banging. It took me seeing that the people that they call black people can be trained a certain way, and you can be just as vicious as a white man saying, "Get that," and then 40 years later, now people that look just like you are saying the same exact thing. Get that.
yeah,
There's training, in psychology within all of this. So when you start seeing this, it's a great
correct.
possibility that maybe it's not people. Maybe there's something at the top of the realm that might not be exactly like us. Whoever we are, I think we
Right.
still have a difficulty figuring out who we are. So we
Yeah,
could
we do.
quite possibly think that there's something more intelligent that's orchestrating everything that we see. So the best thing that we can do is see the differences in each other, point
Yeah,
out those differences, and blame the next person for the
I
whole
have the
shit show that we see in this world.
I have the perfect example for you. You're gonna
Mhm.
get it. Working in prison, I always tell everybody, "Be good and don't do any stupid shit, but if you do, don't get caught," you know? So I'm here in the nurse's office, and there's a guy, big kid, black kid, um, but he's not black, he's brown, so, whatever. We just have this you use stupid words. But but this poor gentleman, this kid, he was, his mentally disabled, so he was just a little slow, but he wasn't dumb by any means, nothing. And, he's sitting in front of me, he's about 6'5", about 300 pounds, just thick. I mean, this guy was not fat, he muscular, so and I walk in, I said, "Hey, man, what's going on?" He goes, "I'm leaving." I said, "Oh, shit, no shit, cool." I said, "I gotta go get your file. I'll be right back." I go get his file. They didn't tell me, and I bring it up, and he's got medications and stuff he's gotta take with him, so I said, "So what are you gonna do when you get out of here?" He's like, "I don't know. I think I'm just gonna chill out with my friends, play some video games and stuff." I said, "Cool, man." I said, "Are you gonna get something to eat, man?" He's like I said, "You gotta go to Arby's and get something?" He's like, "Yeah, I gotta get something 'cause man." I said, "Yeah, because I know the food here sucks, man. It's horrible. Fish Friday doesn't smell like fish. I'm telling you. I don't know what the fuck it is." I said, "Good, man." I said, "Just take care of yourself." And he said, "I will, Mr. Dan. I'll do it because they know me." And I said, good." And then here comes the CO. He comes up and he goes, "All right, we got to go." And he looks at me and says, "All right, Mr. Dan, I'll see you. I'll see you." I said, "Good, man." I said, "Maybe I'll see you out there, man, because I'm out there." And he said, "All right, I'll see you later." And I said, "Be good and don't do any stupid shit." And he just laughed. He said, "No, I won't. I know. You tell me that all the time." And he gets up and walks down the hallway with the CO. And then I see him turn around to the CO, and then I see the CO jump on top of him, and they spray him with this, stuff called Capstone. It's like pepper spray, but it's so thick that when it hits the ground, it looks like chocolate. And when it gets in your nose and your face and shit like that, if you pour water on it, it makes it worse. It will turn the biggest man into a baby that
Mm.
fast because this shit's so bad. And he's, freaking out. And then all these other guys got to come run down. They hog tie him. They put him in a hog tie. And then they drag him down the hallway and take him back into receiving, and they throw him in a cell over there. And then we're all freaking out because that stuff permeates everything, gets everywhere, and we're just coughing and choking and shit. You can't get away from it. You just get used to this shit because you got to get used to that job because you got to be a different kind of person working in prison because it's crazy in there. People in there, they don't care about their lives and they don't care about your fucking life, and they just want to get what they want to get. So, and it's just people. That's why they are in there. And so later on, I go down there and I said, what happened? What happened to him? He said, he got down the hallway after he left me with you, and he got down here with me, and he turned around, looked at me, and said he was going to kill himself, and he was taking me with him. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, he was standing in front of you. How long was he sitting there with you? I said, about 10 minutes. He said, he didn't do anything to you. I said, I know what happened. He said, what? He said, he didn't know how he was going to survive out there because he's been taken care of in this prison system for a long time. He doesn't know how to survive out there. He's a slow individual. He doesn't know how to take care of himself. He doesn't know where his next meal is going to come from. He wanted to make sure where his next meal is coming from. So what he did is he told you something so you would make him stay in here because he doesn't want to leave. And he said, I didn't even think of that. I said, do you know why? He said, why? I said, because you never know what's going through anybody's mind. You might think you do, but you don't know what's going through their mind until they do something that turns you around. And he turned it around. He's still there. And I left in 2018. He's still there. They're telling me he's still there. He could have got out. He only had, he did that in 2016. He was supposed to be out by 2020, and he didn't get out because he just did something again to make sure he didn't have to get out. He didn't want to get out because because when you're in there, they have structure. They tell you when to go to the bathroom, and they tell you when to go down and eat. You can't sleep in prison. You have to stay at a 90-degree angle. They tell you how to do everything. And some of them just get what we call institutionalized. They're used to that. And when they get on the outside, they don't have it anymore. And then they do stupid shit, and it puts them right back in there again. They can learn how to do better, but the system does not want to teach you to do better. They don't, because they put you in programs and they know you don't have a job and you don't have a car and you have no way to get there, no way to pay for them. And they want you to keep failing, what we call failing. So you'll come back in. Why? Because every time you come back in, the system, that prison gets $29,000 every single time at that point. It's probably more than that now. And then even if you leave and if you come back 12 hours later, they get another $29,000. It's about money. And the root of our problems is that evil of money and power and greed. And until we change that, and I see a lot of guys who do get out of prison and make their lives wonderful, but they did it because of a choice. And we all have a choice to do that. But this guy's choice was, I can't get out of here because I don't know, I'm going to die out there and I don't want to die. So I want to keep on going. So he's just going to live the way he needs to live. But then he had to talk to a psychological person, and he didn't like what she was saying, because she said, I'm going to put you in a cell and you're going to be watched by the psychological people all the time. And then when they do that, they make you take all your clothes off and you got to stay in there with a blanket, and they stare at you all day long. And he didn't like that. And she was just as tall as him, and he stood up and punched her in the face and knocked her cold. So again, he didn't like what he was hearing. And not everybody likes what they hear, but it depends upon what you're going to do and how you act and how you react. And if you're going to react in that kind of way, well, things are going to happen. But it doesn't have to happen. So you can just learn to let it go and walk away. I could get in arguments all day with people who say, you're talking to the devil and all that shit. I could walk over and punch them in the face, but I don't have to. I don't want to escalate it, man. I walk away because I know you're too stupid. You don't get it. And I'm not calling you stupid to judge you. You're just fucking stupid because you choose to be fucking stupid and ignorant. I can't help that. I have people tell me all the time, I'll say something to them and they'll go, oh man, that was arrogant if you say. And I tell them one thing, it shuts them up. I tell them, don't mistake my confidence as arrogance. I just know I'm right and you're not. So no matter what they say after that point, isn't going to make a difference because I know I'm right and they're just not.
Yeah.
So walk away. Yeah. You got to, sometimes you have to show them you're not going to take advantage of me. You're going to try, but it's necessarily not going to happen. That guy over there wanted me to back down and figure everything out for him. I'm not going to back down. I can't because that's not the way to be. Because if I back down, I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything that's going to help anybody else. And I won't do that. So he can either like it or not, but yeah, I get it. And
Yeah.
I'll come back again and talk about this shit again, man.
Most definitely. Nah, I don't know, man. Anytime I like doing this, I always like to find solutions. I don't like to just dig in problems because it ends up being a rabbit hole.
It is, man.
Yeah, you gotta actually. What you need, kid?
Don't be a part of that problem. Be a part of the solution.
Go ahead. I got somebody else. He want to say something to you.
Hello? How in the hell do you have all these beautiful women around you?
Oh no, this is my son right here.
Oh my God, it's the hair. Now,
Yeah,
Jesus Christmas! I saw the hair. I used to have hair that long, longer.
Yeah.
Longer. No offense. I just saw the long hair. I was like, oh, it's a girl.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody tell you that. Don't pay attention to them. You wear your hair however you want to wear your hair. You be how you feel you need to be, and you don't let anybody else tell you anything different. You know why? Because they don't know you. They don't know you. Because you are a good person. You have a beautiful soul inside of you, and you can do wonderful things. You just have to have trust and faith within yourself to do those wonderful things. What's that mean? You can go out and do whatever you want. You can go out and be whatever you want. You can fit in wherever you want. Don't let anyone else tell you you don't fit in. Because you know why? They'll tell you, oh, well, there's a rule against that. Nope. God says I can be whoever I want. And if you tell me I can't, then that means you're going against God. And I don't think so. That's what you tell him. Because God believes in you. He has trust and faith in you. You just got to believe that for yourself. And as long as you do, no boundaries. You go out and do whatever you want to do, and you'll be okay. But you got to feel it in here. You can't let that go. Don't let anyone tear that down from you and take it away from you. Don't let them do it, because when they do that, it's going to suck. And once they do it one time, they'll know they can do it every time. What do you want to say?
Why can't humans live in peace?
Because people don't want to do that. Because people think they have to have power over somebody else. They don't. They just can't figure that out. Some people do. I mean, we do have good people around us. We have friends and family and people who we like being around us. But does everybody want to be around us? No. And does everybody have to like you? No. So you go out and find the people who do like you and keep the other ones who don't like you away from you. That's it. And then when you keep them away from you and just keep the people around who like you, then you're living in peace. What's wrong with that? Nothing. And that's the answer to that.
Is there a way we can stop all this stuff?
Be good to each other. Tell everybody we can be good to each other. Tell everybody we can take care of each other and stop being mean and stop being hateful to each other. That's the only way we'd change it. We have to go out and you tell two people to do that, and they tell two people to do that, and so on and so on and so on, and keep spreading the love. Keep spreading that. Forgive people for things. Learn to let things go. Know that these other things are just not, these mean things are not important, and keep love and forgiveness in your heart for everyone. Now look, just because they do something bad, you can forgive them for it, but that doesn't mean you need to forget. So that means you can forgive them for being a horrible person, but that doesn't mean just because you forgave them that you have to be around them or have them in your life. You don't have to. If they're mean to you all the time, then just stay away from that person. And you forgive them for being mean, but then you do your best to just stay away from them until they have to change that in their heart as well. But until that happens, you just stay away. I'm going to tell him the same example. My sister was being very mean to me all the time, telling me I was horrible, telling me my two brothers are horrible. And I accept her for who she is. But I don't be around her anymore because I don't want that in my life. So she's not in my life anymore. And until she changes and tries to be positive like me, she won't be in my life. And I already know that won't happen. So, but I'm not worried about it. She has to do it. My life is good. My life is good now because I don't have to listen to her yelling at me all the time. Because I told her, not having it. She was calling me on the phone and I did this. Oh, you're going to talk to me bad? Click. And then she kept calling and I said, oh, it's her. Click. Eventually, she stopped calling me. Eventually, they will figure out that they are not going to bother you. And when they figure that out, they will go away because they'll find somebody else to do it too. Don't let it happen. And don't let nobody cut your hair.
Yeah, he definitely won't do that. Yeah, he not gonna let nobody.
I didn't get rid of my long hair until I was 35 years old. 30, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I still have hair. I just shave it. I have a full head of hair. It grows out. But you know what's easy to clean? This. I take some soap, put it on my head, put some water on, wash it off. I go out. I do this. I'm dry. I'm out. That's it.
Really?
I get shit in my beard, but you know. I gotta stop putting my face in places I shouldn't go.
You got anything else?
You should tell this guy to not try to cut my hair because he's Mr. Clean, and I'm not trying to look like Mr. Clean.
You try to be who you want to be.
Really?
I used to try to be like everybody else. And then my mom said to me, why can't you be like your brother? And I said, because I'm not like my brother. I don't look at the world the same way. I don't like the same things he does. I don't do the same things he does. I'm going to be me. And if I can't be me, then I don't need to be here with you. Because if you're going to always try to change me, you're trying to change me into something I'm not. And I ain't down with that. And then my mom just looked at me and said, oh, okay. Why? Because I stood up for myself. I don't let anybody take me down. They try, but it don't work. And when they do, I just walk away. Because I always tell everybody, I don't apologize to anyone for me being me. Because if I say something to you and it's going to make you mad or you get offended, I don't care. You'll walk away and you'll leave me alone, and then I don't have to deal with you ever again. It's that simple. I just separate myself from the people who don't want to be around me, and I put people around me who do want to be around me. Like my wife. Because so, you know what I'm saying. Well, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, man. Look, you have a great rest of your night, King. I appreciate you. Appreciate you definitely for coming up, man. And
you're welcome.
Man, great.
If you want to do this again, and if I can find time on my schedule again, we'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Most definitely, man. We'll both definitely be doing greater things by then too. So we're gonna keep the good energy going, man. Look forward to it.
We are.
Look
Absolutely.
forward to it.
Why we're doing it? Because we know we need to. It's not just about wanting to do it. We know we need to do it. We can't stop doing it until it's time for us to check out. So
most definitely. Okay, God body. You have a great night. One love, kid.
Young man, be good and don't do no stupid shit.
He's like, what?
Yeah.
He said, for real.
Yeah, for real.
All right, King.
Peace out, brother.
All right. One.